Welcome to Abilene ISD Live, the first ever tournament hosted by Abilene ISD for the purposes of esports games. This will be made for Rocket League. We have several other games such as SSBU and Mario Kart. So we will be doing those separately, not on stream, but we will be doing Rocket League on stream. We have several teams from Play Versus, a tournament hosted by Telecom, and they are currently actually sponsoring this entire event. So first, let's give thanks to Telecom for making this possible on behalf of Atems. We will soon get started with the game, having teams flood in. We have first game against Nitro Rocket League versus Bearcats. Let's make sure we got all those set up. All right. All right, so we're gonna have these guys do this game on Rocket League. Let's first get this fully set up. Remind you, all songs are not made by Atems and or Telecom. We possess no copyright toward those songs. All right, let's go ahead and have these guys go ahead and start flooding into that. Please mind that this is the first tournament that many of these guys are doing ever. So we're gonna have skill from all over Texas through the Play Versus tournament. So this will be many of those guys' first times ever touching a tournament. We have 3 trophies, one made for each of the different games. And we will be giving those trophies out once these games are won by each member. We have many different teams from all over Texas, some rural, some from very large cities. But we will be giving them all an equal opportunity here to compete and to prove themselves as worthy opponents for our game and for this trophy. Whichever teams compete and win today will be qualifying for the next tournament hosted by Taylor Telecom and its associates. I forgot what tournament that is. But these teams will be working very hard to qualify for that and go on to semifinals, finals, and whatnot. This is the first stream done by Abilene ISD Live, so we do not know how this may go, but hopefully this will go quite well. This is actually my first time hosting solo because on such short notice, we weren't able to quite get everybody there, but I will make sure I put on as much of a show for you guys as I physically can. I will be right back once we get the different teams in here, and we will allow to start this game. So this first game will be against Nitro or NTO Rocket League and the Bearcats. These two teams, I don't know where they're based out of, but they seem to both be at at previous tournaments, so they have tournament experience. Don't know how much, but these guys are maybe the best of the best of their schools. So we're gonna get them coming in here soon, and once we do, we'll get this started. Though, however, right now they're doing practice matches and getting past the beginning bit where you have to, go through the whole tutorial and whatnot in the beginning of this game. Once we get that done, we'll get right to the game. All right, we have guys joining in right now. They've had some time to practice, so we're gonna see this team warmed up for the first time. Okay, how about we don't start the match right away? I think they just tried to start the match.
Y'all can't join until both teams are in.
All right, let's go and have this restart real quick, and then we'll have them back in.
Yeah, I'll leave it restarted. That's okay, we're learning.
It's fine, it's fine. This is the first time for many of these guys, so we're gonna go through. This is a weird world. I've never seen this one before. We are having small technical issues with Team Bearcats, but in the meantime, I learned some info about NCO. So this is going to be maybe not their first official match, but they are trying to get the game started up. It began as a after-school program last year, where people kind of just did this casually within their own time. But now, as of this year, they've made it into a full team with a president, vice president, and etc. We have on Team NCO, we have 3 teammates, and it's nice because they have a lot of chemistry. 2 of them, as I know, are friends. They talk a lot. I saw them taking a selfie earlier. It's sweet to see this kind of familiarity with each other across all teams whenever it comes to doing this kind of stuff. As I said, though, this is our first tournament over here at Atems, so we're going to have some minor technical issues just for a little bit until we get everything sorted out. Once we do, we will have everyone join, and we will get this game started promptly. Because, of course, we want to get this done as soon as possible, so then we're not here until like 5 p.m. at night. We know how long Rocket League usually takes if you're an avid enjoyer of Rocket League. We got up to 36 people doing this, man. It's a lot of games. So we're going to handle about half of them because we have 2 pods open, 6 computers individually across them. They're not looking at each other, of course. We have that diligency, so no screen peeking. I don't really know how much screen peeking would help in this kind of scenario. But hopefully we can get these technical issues sorted out soon. We can get everyone in here, and we can get to playing the game. All right, so we have some minor inconveniences whenever it comes to trying to get everyone in here because we didn't know, but one of our computers are actually having a bit of a little bit of a hard time whenever it comes to doing stuff with Epic Games. But we're getting that sorted out right now. We have a lot of very handy, very smart people working very hard to make sure that everything comes together so then we can go and get this game started for everyone and we can all have a good time. I learned some info about the Bearcats, if you cared about them, more than NCO, which I know sometimes people have their favorites. I love both equally, but to be fair, that's my first time meeting either of them. Bearcats have this is their first time doing anything with TechSef. They're used to doing more stuff with like they've two other team members have done specific things with Fortnite duos, while another two of their members have been doing stuff with Apex on their own, which I didn't know we do Apex because sometimes people have a little bit of issues. Sometimes schools are a little harsh and strict with those kinds of regulatory systems whenever it comes to these things. But it's nice to see that people get to do what they want and they're able to explore their options whenever it comes to esports because this is a growing industry. This is a growing community. It exploded way more whenever it came to around 2020 because everyone was in their houses. So, why not sit back and enjoy some games of Rocket League? And now that everyone is out of their houses, some people have stayed to enjoying Rocket League. So, and whatever other games you like, CSGO, Apex, Fortnite, etc. I know I'm a personal lover of Call of Duty. But as long as I get to have fun with everyone else involved, I can have fun with just about anything. Once we go and get the last player of the Bearcats to join, after having to do the tutorial on another computer, we're going to get this game started. So hopefully you guys can give us some patience, a little bit of time, and we can go ahead and get this thing started right up. All right, we have everyone in here as people. So we're going to have this game start soon. Once we have everyone in here, obviously, everyone to their respective sides, and then we'll get this match going. Sorry for the wait, guys. So this is two teams against each other, and they're both new to doing Rocket League. Well, one's has done Rocket League maybe on professional tournaments before. The other one hasn't done any Rocket League tournaments at all. And that's really impressive because that means we were kind of playing on an even field here of experience, which means that it's just going to be raw skill that we're going in with whenever it comes to this matchup against the Bearcats and NCO. Both of these teams have had time to warm up. Unfortunately, because of the troubleshooting that we've had to do over this time, getting all this to come in together, unfortunately, that means that that kind of warm up they did maybe cooled down a little, but hopefully we didn't take too long on that, and we're able to have equal experience, equal playing field, and we're able to keep this completely similar in terms of even matches whenever we're doing this. The different teams have had time to set up their cars properly, customize them. So hopefully they're fine with their customizations on their new computer. Pretty sure they logged in with their own Epic account, which is fine. They're supposed to do that. But we'll be getting this done soon. Sorry for the wait, guys. I know that it's been quite stressful and quite boring, probably having to sit here with absolutely nothing to do, but I promise that we're getting this underway as soon as we can. Sorry for the background noise. We have everyone inside of the same room. Okay, we have everyone up. Let's go ahead and have the director come up. Right away, going right to the orange side. Royal Rivals trying to prop up. Passing it through the crossbar. Now it's on the blue side. Junior Unk pushing it away from their goal. Orange team's putting up a pretty good offense, keeping it over to their side, making sure that they don't go over to their side, so then they can go ahead and hopefully get that score up whenever it comes time to do that. Pretty impressive what these guys have been able to do over this time. You know, and with pretty relatively even gameplay so far. Oh, we got it near the goal. The blue team might be trying to gear up for a kind of open shoot whenever it comes to the orange team side. But we're going to be passing it right back over to the blue side. Maybe orange side is trying to look for a chance to go ahead and have this go back to their own gameplay. What a great save coming out of Jack Boss. Senior Unk probably didn't really need to do that, kind of pushing it back away from the goal, but mistakes happen. Kind of neutral gameplay, but pretty close to the corner of one of the goals. This is a lot right off the bat, really. Ooh, now we're over to blue side. Orange is going to be trying to look to keep it going. It looks like one of the guys on orange side ended up blowing up. I forgot who that is. But we have pretty neutral gameplay. It's up in the air, going down on the ground, getting tossed over by blue side, trying to kind of lead it back to their side so then they can have a pretty good setup. It's a game to really see who can make the first major play whenever it comes to one of the goals. But mainly, this is going to be kind of a turf war whenever it comes to passing between these two different areas and trying to keep it up between both teams long enough to at least score 1 point before time runs out. Junior Unk scoring, lacing that that hole, and getting it all together with that final blow. Very, very good job. Sadly, Goldie wasn't really fast enough to go and get that out. Just great positioning across both teams. Pushing it back over to the orange side with Senior Unk pushing it out. Junior Unk leading up and pushing it into the gold net, but just missing on the rim. Jack Boss leading it back over to the blue side. Sophomore Unk pushing it and keeping it away from their goal, but Royal Rival tries to push it back over. Bad save coming out of Royal Rival. Maybe not exactly what they were trying to do. They're trying to go ahead and lace up the mistake, push it back. Junior Unk pushing it up in the air, keeping it up in the air. But that score blocked by pretty much the entire team. Junior Unk trying to kind of watch the ball, make sure that nothing's going to happen to the goal, keeping it pushed away. Jack Boss trying to lace that dart, but can't do that. Sophomore Unk kind of playing protectively over the ball, trying to stick with it. Senior Unk trying to make sure that it doesn't go back over to the blue side, kind of playing protector on the center field. It's pretty neutral gameplay so far, just trying to keep it away from their goal, their net, because once we get over to that area, it gets into pretty dicey gameplay between both teams, trying to figure out who's going to do who. Sophomore Unk kind of pushing it out, hitting off the bar. It's Caden kind of watching the ball, trying to make some sort of gameplay, maybe not too experienced with this kind of control whenever it comes to their thing. Sophomore Unk trying to keep it out of their corner and pushing it over the orange side. Royal Rival trying to push it back. Senior Unk is putting up amazing offense so far, trying to make sure that they can put that out. Bad toss up by Junior Unk, trying to make it a goal, but doesn't make it a goal. Sophomore Unk pushing it. Jack Boss doing amazing save. Junior Unk trying to keep on putting that pressure on their goal, making sure that they can keep on pushing against their defense. Senior Unk doing the save on their goal. Back to neutral gameplay, keep putting it in an orange side's corner. 30 seconds remaining, 1 point on the blue side, on NCO's team. It's a pretty decisive gameplay right now. Pretty intense. Tossing it back and forth. Sophomore Unk trying to push at least one more game. Senior Unk, I think they're going to try to play it for time. Orange team getting a little weary, trying to just make that goal. One goal at least to make it kind of even, make it a draw. But NCO wins, beating out the time with 1 point. This is a pretty even gameplay so far. Great first game coming out of NCO. That is amazing. Man, that has to be, I mean, like, no team should be upset with themselves with what they were able to do, because that's incredible. Being able to kind of immediately, right away, push in, do a lot of really hardcore gameplay, very neutral gameplay towards the middle. Even with it only being 1 point, doesn't mean it's boring. We're starting up this new match. Pushing over to the blue side. Royal kind of keeping it over there. Becomes neutral gameplay, hanging around the center side. Pushed over to the orange side. Amazing save by It's Caden. Sophomore Unk trying to push it out. It's Caden trying to lead the ball over away from their goal, because this is, bad time. They're right over the goal. This is going to be coming out to pretty neutral gameplay among Junior Unk. Sorry I keep on referencing that. But with this kind of gameplay coming out of both teams, kind of almost even skill level, you're going to be seeing a lot of neutral gameplay, 8 hanging around the center. So you can't be too upset whenever I'm going to be saying that, of course. Junior Unk trying to keep it up in the air. Sophomore Unk leading it over to the orange side. Let's see, Senior Unk trying to keep it over on the orange side. Maybe Sophomore Unk trying to aim for a kind of goal. It's Caden kind of guiding it away from the orange side, trying to make sure that it at least can get onto the blue turf, so then their team can do something. Jack's Boss kind of hanging around, following the ball, making sure that he can kind of put any sort of gameplay, but by himself. I see that His teammates are kind of trying to set up some sort of gameplay advantage. Senior on kind of following the ball, trying to, you know, at least push it over to where that goal is, but it ends up on the blue turf. Focusing too much on offense and not enough defense will kind of damage your gameplay. But whenever you have too much of equality, it becomes even gameplay. Back over to our orange side, sophomore Unk kind of pushing it, trying to kind of lead it back into their own turf to set up a new gameplay advantage, kind of leading the orange team over there before they make any sort of move. Sophomore Unk guiding it into the goal. Kind of casual walkthrough. Very nice gameplay coming out of sophomore Unk. Always having that kind of eye whenever it comes to the game. Making that 1 point on NCO side. Coming up together, pushing it over to the orange side, Senior Unk leading it. Jack Boss pushing it back. Trying to at least. Whenever he has two people kind of trying to make the same sort of play at the same time, sometimes the ball kind of loses all momentum when it comes up. Amazing save by Jack Boss. Keeping it away from their goal. Right on the rim. Maybe not would have been a goal, but would have been an amazing setup. Junior on kind of trying to push it back over, trying to keep it away from their side, but it ends up on the blue side's turf. It's Caden following the ball, trying to lace up for some sort of setup to push it into the blue side's goal. Sophomore Unk leading it, Royal pushing it back. It's Caden hanging around with the ball, kind of following it, holding up in the air, trying to get it away from their side, back over to the blue side. It's Jack's Boss kind of following it, chasing Young, putting it back. Royal saying, no, we're going to keep it over on this side. Junior following it, sophomore, kind of trying to do any sort of gameplay with this. Maybe should let his team kind of make a play, maybe set up a bit better, hang back in the back. Junior on pushing it. Almost to the blue side, but passing right over, hanging out in front of it. Royal just keeping up amazing defense no matter where it is, being very versatile whenever it comes to their gameplay. Jack's Boss hanging around with it, sophomore and senior following it. Trying to keep it away from their side, but unfortunately it's on the corner. Switching back over to the orange corner, leading it, sophomore on following it. Getting pushed away by Royal Rival. Junior pushing the ball up. It's Caden trying to protect their goal. Sophomore seems to be kind of following this right now. Seems to be doing a lot of dramatic gameplay. One car blows up. Sophomore tries to push into the goal, fails. Jack Boss. Effortless score laced up by Junior Unk's amazing setup, leading to second point on NTO. With this kind of even gameplay, it seems to be kind of a time game whenever it comes to NTO's side, because it's not about getting the most points in this kind of matchup, it's about holding it for as long as they can with at least 1 point on their side. Another point, almost scored, but Jack Boss puts it back. Senior saying, no, we're going to get this score, getting a third point on NCO side. That is so impressive, just seeing how these guys, I mean, it seems like NCO is working relatively well, and I think that's what Bearcats lacks, is being able to easily work within that team dynamic, because it seems like they're all trying to make a play all at once, but no one's really trying to lace it up. And that ends up having Senior Unk score another thing with an amazing setup from their team. It's Caden try to block it, but you can't really do much. You weren't fast enough, you didn't have enough boost, whatever it was, but you weren't fast enough to block that ball, which means 4 points on NCO's side. It's being pushed back over to the blue side, but with the amazing teamwork of NCO, they're just keeping it over on the orange's side. On Bearcat's side, Royal Rival trying to kind of guide it out of that area. Zach Bosch pushing it back. Senior Unk trying to keep it in the middle, just long enough for the timer to run out. This is game, man. And it seems like now that we're in the groove of things, it seems like NCO has been loving the fact that they're able to hold up their side, working together very well whenever it comes to this, leading to the Game 2 win on NCO's side. Wow, this is just incredible so far. Senior leading with MVP on that game. Man, amazing gameplay coming out of both sides. We have two wins on NCO's side. Let's see if we can get a third win on NCO, making this a 3-0 game, which is rare to see it kind of end up like that. Both setting up, kind of eyeing each other down. Jack Boss pushing it into the blue side. Sophomore kind of pushing it away. It's Caden trying to block out that lace up that Sophomore was going to do. Junior saying, no, I'm going to push it back over to the orange side, leading to 1 point on NCO's side. It's Caden tried to block that, but it just wasn't enough. If Bearcats can get more effortless teamwork off of each other whenever it comes to this game, I think they're going to have a better chance kind of pushing against NCO, which seems to be amazing at teamwork. Lacing up, amazing setups, always having to be in the right position. Sophomore following. Senior exploding one of the Bearcat side. Oh my lord, the olive orange is just trying to keep it away from their net desperately, but Senior scores another point for NCO. Wow. Just, it seems effortless on NCO's side, but it's not because it is effortless. They're putting in so much work, but that's an immediate point scored by Royal Rival. It seemed like NCO was getting a bit too cocky. So they said, no, let's show them. Getting 1 point on the Bearcats side. First point scored by Bearcats in the third game. Not exactly what you'd want, but it's better that it's happening now than later. Maybe this can turn out to be maybe not a 3-0 game on the NCO side. I'm not saying that Bearcats not trying. They're trying, but they're all trying at the same thing. Royal Rival not really able to get that block, so unfortunately it seems like Senior just holds on, pushes it out. That is unfortunate, not being able to push back and get that block because you're already moving back there. It's got to keep momentum in mind. Jack Boss putting it over into the blue side, kind of gearing up for a setup whenever it comes to the blue nets. Seems like Bearcats going to keeping my advice. But sometimes, instead of hanging back, you got to kind of keep eyes on what your teammates trying to set up and lace it through. See what they're thinking of. You have to have that chemistry. And as I was saying previously, I saw some amazing chemistry coming out of NCO. I mean, they're friends. They talk all the time. They hang out of class. They've been doing this for a while. They've been friends for a while, so they know what they're thinking. You just have to have more experience, better teamwork whenever it comes to both teams. It's trying to get some sort of playoff, but momentum kind of causing a bad time with it. Over on the blue side, Jack Boss trying to keep it on the blue side. Royal Rival, you should have pushed for that, but I see why you kind of try to stay back. All those teams trying to kind of keep you away from doing anything, kind of watching over, staying in the corner. Well, 3 minutes, you got to get another score up because it takes you a while to get any sort of points on Bearcat side. Sophomore kind of eyeing the gameplay, trying to see what his friends are setting up, and he does that lace through, following through with what his friend was setting up. Amazing teamwork coming out of Junior and Sophomore leading to that point on NCO's side. Fourth point, 4-1 against Bearcats. pushing it over mid-side, you know, pretty neutral gameplay. They're both, I mean, Bearcats must be desperate to get some sort of point. And that was almost a point right there. And another point scored by Junior Unk. Keeping up amazing offense against Bearcats. It's just about teamwork, being able to work with each other, set up points, keeping up that pressure on a weary Bearcat. Pushing it back over to the blue side, Junior Unk kind of keeping it, you know, away from their net. Great save by Junior. Pushing it back to neutral gameplays. Junior Unk trying to push it over, but Royal Rival keeps it away. Back into the corner of blue side. Junior Unk following up, pushing it over. It's Caden trying to get up that sort of advantage. I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to set up, keep it in the air, and then allow one of their teammates to come in. Junior Unk pushing it into the goal on an unguarded Bearcats goal, leading to the 6th point against Bearcats. With Bearcats only having 1 point, it's a minute 43 in. I think it's pretty safe to say maybe NCO get this one in the bag, but I'd love to see Bearcats prove me wrong. Wow, that was almost a point scored by Junior Unk towards Orange side, but they're doing pretty all right defense right now. If they could have at least one person always watching over their goal, because we know that NCO loves to set up those kinds of you know, up in the air ball plays, allowing one of their other teammates to come in and smack it in the final round. So if Bearcats can kind of keep up at least one of them in the back, watching over, always kind of the protector of the goal, then that can end up to a pretty good game. Back over to the orange side, amazing setup. Junior Unk misses getting that goal. Sophomore Unk kind of watching the ball, following it. Royal Rival trying to kind of also watch the ball. It's Caden pushing it back over. Junior Unk pushing it back over to the orange side, but it is blocked. They're kind of following the ball now, kind of protecting it while it's on their side, because you don't want to have it be the Bearcats ball while it is over on your side, or else it's just going to be a pretty easy game coming up. 30 seconds remaining, 6 points on NCO's side. If they make some sort of recovery here or some sort of comeback, it'll be incredible. But because of the lack of teamwork coming out of Bearcats side, everyone trying to be the main character, pushing out some sort of game. Got 2 people on defense, but it doesn't quite matter. End of game. It's Caden kind of following it, hanging on the last thing, kind of waiting to see if they can get some sort of passover, maybe one more point. And it is done, making NCO the winner of this game. Man, NCO winning the game with amazing teamwork. And Bearcats, probably their only issue being maybe the fact that, I don't know, they just don't work well whenever they're all trying to work together to make that point. And I mean, you just cannot get around NCO's amazing ability to just set up for that perfect game. It's a pretty good job, guys. Jeez. All right, let's go ahead and get this next team set up, and we'll get them in. I'm going to see if I can get NCO over for an interview later. But for now, let's go ahead and hang out and see what's next.
But I woke up with a
Okay, so we got our next match against Brooksmith and NCO, which sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to come out of a high whenever you won your last match. I mean, it's a nice feeling, but it can get you cocky. So let's see if we can get NCO to continue having their continued luck and their continued just amazing skill whenever it comes to their gameplay, or if we're gonna have Brooksmith absolutely clobber them. Something about Brooksmith is that they're from somewhere that isn't very populated inside of Texas, which can lead to issues whenever it comes to technology and internet and ability to kind of have what a lot of our higher tier, kind of maybe richer teams kind of have and take for granted. So these guys have worked hard to get where they are, to be able to have the opportunity that they have, and to have fun while doing it. Their program has been open for about 2 years. This is going to be their first tournament whenever it comes to Rocket League. I don't know about any other games. I don't even know if they play any other games, but I'm sure that they do, because I mean, other teams that we've had so far and I've talked to, they've all had their own game. We have everyone inside right now, so let's go ahead and have this game start as soon as possible. We have NTO joining right now, followed by Brooksmith. I mean, they are just ready to play. Some of them revving their engines already. First game, 1-5. Pushing over to the blue side right away, which is impressive because you usually don't see that kind of out of them. Sophomore on kind of protecting their goal. Rexbot was trying to keep it away from their goal. One of their other teammates were blocking Rexbot with the block. One of their team members kind of hanging around the goal. Rexbot hanging with the ball. Junior Unk trying to lace it up, but they're followed behind it. Let me see this. Where's my
Tab out.
Sorry about that technical issue. We're back to the game. Red Rifle being blown up. Sophomore Unk falling from behind, trying to lace it up, but Luca with the defense, Rexbot with the extra defense. I mean, NTO is very, very, I don't know, I want to say vicious with trying to get this point. Sophomore Unk kind of keeping his eye on the ball. Sophomore Unk, Rexbot. Over on the blue side on NTO, so this is rarely seen. Rexbot is doing, following that ball, doing amazing ball work whenever it comes to the game, kind of keeping it up, following it, setting up for his teammates. But it seems that his teammates maybe don't have the speed that NTO has with their follow-through. I'm sure once they're able to speed that up, because we got to realize that like NCO is coming off of that high of just winning their last game, and I don't know about Brooksmith, but we have 2 stations. Probably Brooksmith didn't win any games yet. It's probably their first time, but they had some time to warm up, so they've been warming up. But they've been like working hard, but they don't have that high of coming off of the last game. So with that energy, they're about to score that point, but Red Rifle guiding it out of their net. Luca kind of keeping his eye on the ball, making sure that they don't try to make a play. This is exactly what you want to see out of an opposing team against NCO. Pretty good save coming out of, I think it was Junior Unk. Almost. And Sophomore Unk scores, accidentally like being pushed in by one of the Brooksmith members. Oh, that sucks. Luca tried to get that defense, but it just wasn't fast enough, giving the first point to NCO of this first game. Getting over to the orange side. Red Rifle pushing out of the orange side and going to the blue side. Junior kind of falling behind, keeping his eye on the ball. Sophomore closer. It seems like they're trying to kind of, communicate to each other, say, hey, let's hit this up in the air so then we can go and get a follow through, pass through to get that first, to get another point. This may be like the last game that NCO played, kind of a time game more than it is a point game. Because, it seems that that Brooksmith has a lot of energy whenever it comes to defense. They have an amazing defense. They always are able to kind of hang with each other, kind of stick with each other whenever it comes to ideas, whenever it comes to defense on their own net, which is something that the last team that NCO played against didn't have, and it seems like NCO is kind of staggered by that, allowing them to kind of hang around on their own side. Luca tried to push it back. Red Rifle says, I got it. Luca trying to keep them from trying to push it back over to the orange side. Red Rifle almost being able to push it back, following the ball, hanging around the corner. 1 minute remaining. Let's see if they can get one more point so we can push it over to overtime or not. Red Spot scoring the first point against NTO. It is 1-1 with 51 seconds left. Let's see if they are able to get one more point against NCO and make NCO lose their first game. Luca kind of watching it, hanging around. Senior pushing away from their nets. Senior following through. Sophomore eyeing it. Maybe he's the shooter here. Sophomore on kind of trying to push it away. 30 seconds remaining. 1-1. Sophomore on hanging with the ball. Getting pushed back by Rex. Sophomore pushing it back over. Rex Spot trying to push it back. Failing. Pushing it down. Luca with the push. Junior pushing it back to the orange side. But Red is just doing amazing defense. Luca and Rex Spot doing amazing defense. We're on overtime right now. This is going to be the tiebreaker, the final point of this match. Sophomore trying to lace up on that side. Junior trying to do some defense. Red Rifle pushing right over his head. Good defense from both players on blue side. Luca kind of watching the ball. As I said, maybe he's the shooter whenever it comes to this toss up and push maneuvers. Red Spot following the ball. Junior pushing it away from their net. Sophomore, Rex Spot following the ball. Sophomore trying to push it. Junior scoring senior scoring the last point, giving us another point to NCO, wrapping up this overtime and giving the win to NCO. Rex Spot was going to try to do that defense, but that is unfortunate. First game being given to NCO. That is amazing. Senior continuing to be the MVP of NTO. That's the end of that game. Let's go ahead and do the next round. All right, the helpful coach of one of the teams informed me that Red Spot is actually Respect Happy, so I'm going to be calling him Happy for the rest of this game. Getting pushed over to the orange side. Oh, immediately within the first 2 seconds, a point getting scored by Sophomore Unk. He saw that they were leaving that spot undefended. I mean, that happens within the first part of this game. You try to go all out on the first point, but You leave your goal open whenever you do that. Junior Unk trying to score for another point. Luca trying to keep it away. Junior Unk leading with another point within the first 10 seconds of this game. I am blown away. 10 seconds, 2 points already to NTO. Brooksmith seriously needs to be able to have at least, I don't know, like a good defender. Let's see if they're going to be able to kind of come back from that. But 2 points right away, I mean, 1 point is enough to be devastating in these kinds of games whenever people have the same kind of headspace. Maybe Brooksmith is kind of has their head wrapped up with the last game, losing that 1 point, and it just makes it difficult. Red was kind of, Happy was kind of trying to, or no, Red was trying to keep that kind of defense, kind of playing fake defender on blue side, but Happy kind of following the ball, getting pushed away by Junior. Luca following the ball, sophomore pushing it back up, senior trying to kind of keep it up in the air, kind of keep it divisive, putting it in a bad spot for Brooksmith to kind of try to recover from. Two people trying to play defense, but one's trying to push it over. Happy pushes it out. Junior pushes it back, followed by sophomore. Almost would have been a point if Brooksmith wasn't ready to kind of try to push it back, keep it away from their net, and that's something that they're amazing with. They kind of have the whole game in their head. They're following around. They have like kind of in their headspace like where their teammates are at, where the ball's at, kind of have that third sense intuition about the game, and knowing that if they don't kind of push it back, then that's gonna be a game. And that's the kind of thing whenever it comes to experience, is that if you've been to tournaments before, you know kind of what the guys are setting up. Sophomore following it up. You kind of guys know what they're trying to set up for. Sophomore almost leaving it open for that push. You could have punished right there, but unfortunately, Orange team wasn't really, up. You kind of set up for that. But they're gonna try to push it back. Happy keeping it up in the air, but being pushed back by a member of NCO. Junior following it. Senior almost scoring a point, but Luca pushes it out. Happy following it up. Sophomore pushing it away from their nets. Red Rifle kind of trying to maybe keep it over on the blue side. Sophomore following it, hanging in the corner of this area. Luca following, Junior following behind. They're trying to set up, and Senior scores another point with amazing setup and not fast enough teammates out of Brooksmith. Listen, it's good to have that kind of intel on the game, that kind of internal headspace whenever it comes to the game, but if you're not fast enough, that doesn't matter. Because NTO is amazing whenever it comes to setup, to game, to headspace. Sophomore following it up, Luca pushing it, kind of keeping it on the blue side, but I mean, if you're not fast enough and you're not willing to do those kinds of setup and be on the same level of your teammates at the same time, it doesn't matter. But Luca almost pushing it into their net, but not quite, not having the angle right there. Senior kind of keeping it away from their net, was playing defense, pushing it back. Sophomore falling behind. Luca kind of gearing up. It seems like they're almost trying to defend each other because they know if all three teammates kind of have that headspace whenever it comes to like intel and ideas, then that's going to be game. Sophomore pushing it in. One more point, 4 points for NCO. Listen, they were close last game, and it seems like NCO does not want that to happen again, so they're pushing as many points as they can. 1 minute left. Pushing it over to the orange side. Happy pushing it back over to the blue side, but Junior says, no, let's go ahead and keep it over here. 1 minute remaining. Another point scored by Junior on NCO, leading to a 5-point with 1 minute left. This is nearly unrecoverable. It seems like Brooke Smith might have to take this loss. Think about it with their last game on, or with this last next round that's gonna be coming up. If Brooke Smith can have a three-peat, a back-to-back three-peat win, they would be able to win against NCO. But NCO has the leading advantage by 1 point whenever it comes to games. One more point getting scored by Unk with another follow-up, another assist. Amazing setups. I'm telling you, that's what NCO is good at. They have amazing teamwork. They have amazing chemistry whenever it comes to knowing each other. So whenever they know each other, it's easy. They make this stuff look so easy whenever they come to teamwork. Sophomore holding up the ball, 30 seconds remaining. Red kind of falling behind, Happy leading it up, trying to kind of allow his teammates to kind of get an idea, saying, if I hold it up on our side, hopefully you can come in fast enough to kind of push it over. But if you're not fast enough, that doesn't matter. Sophomore on keeping it on Orange's side. They're not even trying to score a point at this point. They're just trying to, I mean, maybe hopscotch, 3 seconds left, and that'll be the second game going to NTO by 6-0. Wow. Yeah, GG's all around, guys. That's, oh, wow. That's 2-0. Third point on NCO's side. It seems like Junior was the MVP of this game, which is odd because you usually see Senior being the MVP, but that's all right. I'm just saying, like, it gets impressive whenever it comes to like teams who know each other. If they know each other on the same wavelength, then they know how they act, how they work. If you can really get around how people are whenever it comes to that kind of gameplay, it doesn't matter. Like, you could have the best gameplay if you're not fast enough. If you're not willing to sync up fast enough with your teammates, that doesn't matter. Maybe their coach is kind of trying to talk to them right now, saying, listen, guys, we need to be faster. I mean, that's what I imagine. I have headphones on, so I can't hear nothing. But what I imagine, that's probably what they're trying to say. All right, next game coming up, no matter what. You got to be ready, man. Urban Central. Let's get it going. I love the gumball machine on that head. Over on the orange side, I mean, it's coming up to neutral gameplay. It seems like Brooke Smith is taking my advice, kind of being fast with what they're doing. They've got to push. They've got to be willing to push early in this game, or else it's not going to happen. But you can't do too much pushing, or else you're going to leave your goal undefended. Senior just has a great, I mean, it seems like NCO just has a great way of having each team member kind of far away, but always in the right area. Over on the orange side, Luca kind of keeping his eye on the ball, trying to keep it away from their net. Respect Happy, holding it up, setting up for Luca, but NCO kind of pushes it back. Sophomore looking at the ball. Senior was trying to make that first point, but not yet. Brooke Smith trying to kind of set up while NCO's getting into the right position, getting all their teammates into the right area. I mean, you just have to have that kind of good idea whenever it comes to your teammates. And sophomore Unk almost scoring the first point, but missing just barely. Just barely. And that is what usually sucks, because whenever you are dealing with your car having a lot of momentum and whatnot, I mean, it's hard to get the right angle. You have to have that knowledge of the ball and have that quick calculation in your head. I could be a little bit more left to left so that I can get exactly where I want it to go. Rock Spot kind of looking at it. saying, I'll stay around. Junior Unk pushing it up. Happy nearly pushing it back. Sophomore trying to push it in. And Sophomore scoring the first point for NTO in this game. 0-1 Brooksmith. This might be NTO's second game with 3-0. And that just goes to show how good NTO is at what they're doing, at that teamwork. And that's the name of the game whenever it comes to these things. So 3v3, you got to set up at the right time, set up at the right angles. It's all about teamwork. It's always about teamwork, or else things won't matter. Senior following around, junior kind of eyeing the ball. Perfect setup, and Happy with the first points in a while for Brooksmith. Sophomore saying sorry, not hanging around. It's all right. It's nice to see that Brooksmith was able to have that follow through. Is this another point for Brooksmith right off the bat? No, Sophomore guiding it back over the net. No one was guarding Brooksmith, so Sophomore sees that and follows it through. Another point for NCO. Listen, that 1 point advantage was just maybe for like 2 seconds. It didn't really matter. Because if you get too anxious to do that first round off, that first push, then no one's guarding. And that's where the deaths happen. They're trying to keep it up in the air and away from their game, pushing it back over to the blue side. Happy trying to keep it over, but Junior says, let's push it back over. Red kind of keeping his eye on the ball, setting up. Sophomore eyeing it. Luca trying to come in, pushing it back over, misses. Red Rifle kind of following it. Flying away as Junior kind of pushes it back over to the orange side. Happy following it, leading it around. Senior almost had the perfect setup for another point, but it seemed like he may have not had enough boost to make that happen. I mean, it's all right, man. Rifle was following that ball, but he didn't know that he had no boost left. Sophomore kind of eyeing the ball, trying to get it up and away from their net because that's on their side, and they don't want it on their side. Because if you give Brooksmith enough time, it doesn't matter. They're going to score that point. Oh my gosh, Luca almost scored for the blue team right there, but thankfully that was at the perfect angle. Junior kind of eyeing it, trying to push it around. Sophomore pushing it back over to the orange side as Brooksmith trying to keeps it away from their area. Senior kind of eyeing the ball, looming around. 1 minute left, 2 on NCO's side. I mean, this may be entirely in NCO's favor. This is going to be just like the first game. It's going to be about how much time you could hold on to your points. They are desperate to keep it away from their area. All three members kind of trying to play defense, but it doesn't matter because Sophomore was faster, getting the third point for NCO with 40 seconds left on the clock. This might be the final bow needed on that present, giving the third game to NCO. Senior kind of eyeing it. They're trying to keep it out of their area, but Happy sees that they almost left that open, but didn't get the right angle, so that doesn't mean a point for them. Sophomore kind of following the ball, kind of guided into their nets, but everyone's following him. And that's the issue. If you only have one person guiding and pushing into the net, it won't matter. That is another point for NCOs as Senior sees that opening and guides it right into Brooksmith's spot. 12 seconds left. This is game. Wow. That's what you gotta love about NCO. They have the game in their head down to a science. I don't even think it matters if Brooksmith gets a point at this point, because they're not fast enough whenever it comes to that follow through. they're all about time. If you give them time to think about it, what they're gonna do, then Brooksmith will always follow through with that point. But because NCO is just fast, they have that game in their head, they have everything down to a science with themselves, they know exactly what's gonna happen next. And they know that they're gonna get that point. So that's the final game. That's the final game of this round, handed to NCO. They're moving on to the next round. Brooksmith done out quite early and having to move over to maybe the losers bracket. I don't know if we're doing a second bracket for losers, but if we are, that'll be nice. Seeing some of these teams return, because I'm telling you, if Brooksmith gets against Bearcats, I mean, that's going to be game for them.
Yeah, you guys playing
Good job, guys. Man, that's amazing. All right. Let's wrap that up. And we're going to go ahead and get over to this, to making another game soon. Okay, we're going to say goodbye to NCO for a little bit. We've had them around for 2 games, but now we're going to go ahead and see another game against, it seems to be Bobcats 3 and Brooksmith. Now, Bobcats have separated into multiple different teams whenever it comes to, because they have a lot of people who want to do this kind of, these games, which is all right. That'll be hard for Brooksmith, because Brooksmith will have to deal with, just losing last match against NCO, which is... Sorry, I don't know why it keeps on trying to beat me. So, I mean, that's unfortunate whenever it comes to those kinds of things, because then that means that you're going to be in your head, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, that last game sucked so bad. But you've got to keep your head up. You've got to keep on pushing for that next game, which they're going to have against Brooksmith. I actually spelled wrong. Sorry. Let me go ahead and type this in properly. Brook. I don't know why that keeps on happening. Why it keeps on muting me. Isn't that so odd, guys? He keeps on muting me. Is it because Rocket League's trying to pull my mic? I don't know. Whatever it is, we're gonna get this next game going. I got the match made. Maybe they're gonna do a little bit of warm up. I mean, I know that they have to kind of wait, and we got to get these guys through the tutorials on the separate computers, because they're logging into their own Epic network accounts. I don't know anything about Bobcats, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to learn anything about Bobcats, because they're going to be separate teams. There's 5 different teams who are Bobcats, so I don't know if I can learn everything about everyone, but it's nice, though. It's great to see everyone come together like this. Let's go ahead and have the Bobcats up. All right. Now we have Bobcats up. Let's go ahead and wait around, see once they come together. I guess some more about me. So, this is my first time doing this for AISD Live. As I said, this is the first kind of match. I've had experience in the past whenever it comes to broadcasting, because I've done stuff with McMurray Esports. If you were from, I don't know, their invitational, regional, then I was there broadcasting for a lot of that. I do both games. I do Rocket League and I do Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And I personally prefer Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, but it doesn't mean that I can't have some love for Rocket League, because Rocket League's a great game. I mean, I love seeing teamwork. I love seeing people work together, kind of have each other in their head whenever it comes to what they're gonna play for next. So, it's a great time coming together. If you don't know me, my name is Trigger. Whenever it comes to games with, SSUB, which we'll be doing that almost weekly, every Thursday, here on this channel for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Then we'll do that. When is the next tournament? We don't know yet. The tournaments are kind of up in the air, but this will be determining the regional, or not the regionals. I think the finals for the regionals, or the semifinals for the regionals. So it'll be nice to see everyone be able to do that. But remember, every Thursday during the school year, we will be doing, or almost every Thursday whenever we're able to, but we're going to be doing streams for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And we're going to be having fun with that sort of thing. That's going to be a bit more laid back than this. But for now, we're going to be focusing on Rocket League, making sure that they're able to have fun, kind of push around for all these things. We're going to, and it's not that we're not doing another match. We're going to be doing another match. We're just going to be waiting around for seeing whenever Bobcats are able to go against Brooksmith. Brooksmith's already set up, so we don't have to worry about getting them in. But Bobcats have to do their tutorials before we do any sort of match. But whenever that happens, we'll get right to doing it. So I'll go ahead and start the match. I'll go and create the match, so you guys can see what map we're going to be playing on next. Wow, I don't know all the maps for this game because I don't really play this game that much. But I love it, man. I love seeing people just really enjoy themselves. So we're gonna see who can go ahead and lead forward with this next match, doing super well. And Brooksmith, we know that they're smart. We know that they're able to keep each other's inside of each other's heads. Let's see if Bobcat has that speed that NCO had. Or if they don't, then Brooksmith's gonna be able to maybe take this game. I think. Okay, I'm gonna put in my guess right now. I'm gonna say that Brooksmith is gonna take this game if Bobcat doesn't have that speed. But if Bobcat has speed, it's gonna be either an even game or it's gonna be Bobcat 1. Anyways, so I'm gonna be right back once everyone is inside of this game. Thank you for tuning in to AISD Esports and into this big country tournament. All right, we have everyone here in here. The third team for Bobcats is going to be playing against Brooksmith for this next game. Man. All right, let's have everyone start flooding into the game. All right, we got everyone in here. We should be able to start the game now. I know absolutely nothing about the Bobcats, so let's see how they play. Oh, Bobcats trying to play aggressive, but that's Brooksmith's specialty. 1 point within 10 seconds. It's 4 seconds in the game and they already got a point. And that's because Bobcat was way too aggressive in the first place, and that is what Brooksmith excels at. If you play way too aggressive, they'll see that you're playing way too aggressive and they'll punish you for that. Ooh, I see that they're logged into the school accounts here, so I'm going to be calling them by their individual names. ISD, Moltres, Petros, and Fresh, I guess, because that guy's logged in. Happy scoring another point for Brooksmith, seeing that perfect angle. I'm telling you, it's all about them punishing you for not being ready for whatever they're going to do next. Because it seems like all of the Bobcats seem to be really, really into the idea of getting that point. But if it's not watched, Brooksmith will get that next point. That's another point for Brooksmith in 30 seconds of the game. 30 seconds of the game, 3 points for Brooksmith. This is so much better than they were doing earlier. And it's because it seems like Bobcats don't have the great ability to kind of set up and watch from the back like they've had the issues with NCO. Meaning that Brooksmith's excellency in teamwork, in focus, and game knowledge always pays off. They're hanging around the net. The ball is spending most of its time in pretty close to the Bobcats net, and that's something that you don't see often. You usually see neutral gameplay about both teams, but because Brooksmith has amazing offense, they are amazing. Another point scored by Diamond. 4 points within the first 2 minutes of the game is unheard of, but they do it because Brooksmith is once again amazing with setups. The only issue is because they weren't fast enough last time. That's another I don't even know. This is crazy. Bro, okay, that's so cool. It's so cool being able to see them finally show what they excel at, teamwork. It's all about knowing what your place is in your team. Because listen, Bobcats, I get where you're coming from. You want to be the main character. You want to be able to have that 1 point to your name. But if you guys aren't working together whenever it comes to knowing where you guys set up at, then it won't matter. It won't matter. And I see Bobcats trying to kind of push it back over to the orange side, but I mean, Brooksmith, it's just amazing defense. And they know each other, man. They know each other very well. That's another point scored by Luca, kind of watching the ball and guiding it into the net, seeing that no one else was around to defend it. Man. Wow. 6 points to Brooksmith. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Oh my God, that was almost another point scored by Happy. 7-0. What? I am blown away. I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Brooksmith. Oh my Lord. That's the issue. If you don't have the good idea with what you're going to do, how you're going to hold up that front, how you're going to like just knowing each other well, seeing what each other are gonna do, then it won't matter what you do, because no matter what, Brooksmith is impeccable whenever it comes to their gameplay, comes to their setups, knowing each other well. That's almost another point, but saved by Fresh. Luca tried to push it back, but Happy's got him, kind of reading his mind, seeing, I see you were trying to push it back, let me push it back over, holding it up in the air. All of Bobcats trying to protect that, but that's 2:20 on the clock. Another point! 8-0 for Brooksmith. I mean, you just gotta give Brooksmith time for those setups, and they will blow you away with how much they're able to do with their setups. This might be the first game of this round immediately done with, because Brooksmith is just incredible with their setup. Another point by Happy to for Brooksmith. What? I have my head in my hands because I am astonished by Brooksmith. Luca fast to that push off over to the blue side. AISD kind of watching, and Happy scoring another point. 10-0. 2 minutes left on the clock. Lord, man, what? They're goated. What can I say? They're goated. I don't even know what to say anymore. Happy scores another point. They see what's happening. They see bad defenders. They see slow defenders. I mean, the guy at the net is just sleeping, and Brooksmith pushes it in. Everyone trying to go for that push, but you know Brooksmith, and you know that they just see that unprotected net, and you see that they're gonna plan to push it in. 11-0. Man. Just impressive. Another point scored by Diamond for Brooksmith. 12-0. That is 12-0. 12-0 for Brooksmith. What? God, I don't even know what to say anymore, guys. It's just raw impressiveness. Okay, now finally, Bobcat, seeing an unprotected net. Seems like Brooksmith's starting to kind of starting to learn from Brooksmith, kind of learning from their opponents, and that's something that you need to have whenever it comes to your gameplay, is seeing what the opponent does that seems to make them so much better than you, and then learning to do it yourself. If you see that unprotected net, you aim for it. But it just seems like Brooksmith just has better placement whenever it comes to knowing how far away, seeing what their teammates are going to do, where their teammates are at. I mean, it doesn't matter. Because if you leave it open, they're going to keep it open. And now it seems like Brooksmith's kind of focusing on just keeping it over, not even scoring a point, just waiting until this final minute's over. 12-1. Wow. Another point scored by Happy because no one was fast enough to push the ball away from the nets. Once again, what did I say? What do I keep on saying? If your net is undefended, Brooksmith will be there to punish you. Lord. Luca almost had that, but Fresh pushed it back. AISD Moltres pushing it. Luca, I mean, maybe you are the Don. I don't know, man. Diamond Rattler kind of watching the ball. Luca pushing it, almost pushing it in, but unfortunately his teammate kind of pushed it out of the way. Or not his teammate. Happy kind of pushed it out of the way. That's another point to the Bobcats. they all collectively got together and they saw that Bobcats were, they got together and they saw that the Bobcats were kind of hanging around. So they pushed it in. And that's what you need to do. You need to watch the net. That's another point to Brooksmith. Listen, point leads don't matter, clearly. Like saying, focusing on point leads don't matter because whenever Brooksmith sees that you're up by 1 point, they will get that 1 point back to themselves. 5 seconds left, 14-2. And that's Brooksmith game, first game won of this round. Wow. Listen, if you guys, get in your guys' head and keep on beating yourself about your mistakes, listen guys, that doesn't matter. You guys fight amazingly. But Brooksmith, I mean, wow, that is crazy. We weren't able to see them with the last game with how good they were on that, but they're amazing with that. We're on the map Oasis. Bobcat 3, Brooksmith. Let's get this going. Next game, 1 for Brooksmith. I mean, that's nice to see that area of the thing held up. Over to the blue side, controlled by Brooksmith. They kind of have possession of the ball right now, but you see that Bobcat also sees that, and now they're taking my lesson. They're defending their net like they're supposed to. And that means that Brooksmith just won't be getting that point, but you also gotta be fast enough to defend it. They're kind of all hanging around the ball, kind of guiding it over to where they want it to be. Two teams kind of angrily pushing against each other because they both have their own idea of how they're going to set it up, how they're going to control the ball, when they're going to set up for their teammates. Spectapi almost pushing it in, but Zapdos pushing it back. Luca tried to get that point, but I think it was Young who pushed it away from that. Wow. I mean, you just gotta love seeing this kind of gameplay, seeing that they're willing to push against each other so hard. Luca kind of watching the ball, flying around with it. ISD Zapdos kind of looking at it, watching it gradually. Diamond Rattler pushing it back over. Perfect setup. But none of them were gonna do it because listen, that's what they want you to do. They're ready to make, and not a sacrifice, but a bait. Because they knew you were going to push it in, and one of them was going to push it back out. Diamond Rattler almost guiding it in, but AISD Zapdos kind of following it, being like, no, let's get this away, and let's push it back over to Brooksmith's side. And a scored point for Zapdos, 1-0 in favor of Bobcat. That is exactly what you love to see from the last game changing. Because listen, we saw such a huge lead by Brooksmith, but we know what they do. They see 1 point up on the opponent's side, and they're willing to take it back by all means necessary. Happy kind of watching it, following the ball, his other teammates following it behind, all teammates on the Bobcat side hanging close to the ball, but I understand that because it's on their side. You want to get it out of there as soon as possible, and it's close enough to the net to still defend it and watch that ball at the same time. It seems like whenever they get close, they have two people always waiting, willing to go either side, and that's another point scored by Fresh because no one was fast enough to push it back out. And that's 2-0 for Bobcat. You just love to see that coming around. Getting so excited to staring up my throat, but I love this game, and I love seeing people beat each other at this game. What can I say? I'm a lover of beef. All right, I'm a meat eater, all right? Pause. Luka kind of eyeing it, all of Bobcats kind of following it around, but that's dangerous because we know once Brooksmith sees your undefended net, they'll push it in. Zapdos trying to push it up, push back. Respect happy Luka setting it up, and Luka getting first point for Brooksmith this game, 2-1. Wow. You guys don't know this, but in Pod 2, we have a team playing it. What? Zapdos seeing an undefended net, seeing that Brooksmith was too eager to get that play, and just guiding it right into that net. Respect Happy was freaking out. You could see that. 3-1 in favor of the Bobcat. Set up in the air on the blue side. Luka kind of seeing it. His Respect Happy kind of come in, lace it up, but it's blocked by Happy. Or blocked by, what is that, Fresh? Respect Happy, following it around, eyeing it, keeping it in his head. Everyone, like that, you saw that right there? Like, their teams had a whole conversation in that split second. Zapdos was eyeing them down, was saying, I'm going to pass it in. And he saw that Brooksmith was all waiting for it, all willing to defend, because if you push it whenever they're all ready to defend, they'll take the ball, they'll possess it, and they'll push it into your goal. It's all about having total control over the ball. Over onto the blue side, Fresh Young following it on his head, and that's a point scored by Luka, seeing that no one was fast enough. Everyone had too much momentum around every other place but the net, and Luka simply guided it in. Moltres guiding it over to the orange side. Respect Happy pushing it away from the net. One of his teammates almost pushing it back into their area, but it's fine. As Fresh Young pushes it back over to the blue. Followed by Luka. Luka's guiding it in. Blocked by Moltres. Fresh blocking it. Stopping it from getting into their net. Man, I'm telling you. Ever since I mentioned defense, Bobcats has gotten so much better with their defense. And that's what you need, because it seems like the Bobcat likes to watch, likes to learn from their opponent, likes to see what you're doing that seems to be beating them, and then they incorporate that into their own gameplay. Moltres blocking that shot by Happy. Kind of hanging it back. It's about time. Over on the orange side, and if Brooksmith doesn't get a point over onto the side, I mean, that's game. 1-1, Bobcat winning that game. It's all about learning from your opponents. It's all about knowing what you got to do next, how you got to do it, where you got to do. I mean, man, gotta love it, man. Gotta love it. Oh my, it's a black hole. That's awesome. See that? I can't see it because of the bug, but yeah. All right, let's get this game going. Sorry for waiting up, guys. They're all eager, man, because whenever it's 1-1, you're eager to get it into your favor. And Bobcats, man, it seems like both teams are kind of suffering, but Luka kind of hangs back on the Brooksmith side, watching it around. Respect Happy blocking that from their net. Following up with the ball, guiding it around, following it, eyeing it. Fresh Young trying to control, but they don't. Fresh Young watching it, Luka following. Diamond Rattler almost getting that into the net, but blocked by the roof, I guess. Luka following, watching around. They're both trying to have control over the ball, and it seems like sometimes they both have control over the ball.
There you go.
Diamond Rattler watching, and that's another point scored by Diamond Rattler, seeing that their teammates are not fast enough. That Diamond Rattler sees that Bobcats wasn't fast enough to that defense, always going somewhere else and just getting right into their net. Sometimes, and I'm gonna say this right now, sometimes it seems like it's all about being fast, seeing what you need to do, having it in your head, having that experience, that knowledge in your head of how you got to control it. And that's what Bobcats does well. They learn from their opponent, but Happy scores another point for Brooke Smith. 2-0 in favor of Brooke Smith. It seems like Brooke Smith watched their last game, saw that Bobcats was learning, and switched up their tactic. I don't personally know what that tactic is quite yet, but I'll see what it is in time. I'll let you know whenever I see that. Happy kind of eyeing it around Diamond Rattler, seeing that he's not able to get that, so he's kind of trying to guide it in, watching from the back. Luca staying with the ball. Zapdos almost coming in, but Moltres gets control of the ball with Moltres and Zapdos. Fresh Young having control over the ball, fighting over control of the ball whenever it's a neutral game, because you want that in control. You want to know. People staying awake and knowing that the first move will set up that crash effect of dominoes, with people wanting to get that. It seems like it's less about boosts, which is strange, because you usually see in higher tier matches, people care about what their boosts are, because that boosts will allow you to be fast enough. Blocked by Diamond Rattler away from their net. It seems like Brooke Smith has just been getting their defense up because they remember their roots. They know that once you have someone right there in that defense, it doesn't matter who's in control of that ball, because it's not going to happen if you have good defense blocked. As I said, again, Bobcat, but Diamond Rattler watches it, knows where it's going to go, and he guides it right into that net. Wow. You just gotta love this gameplay, man. Guiding into the neutral, controlled by Happy. Happy just sees that they are way too eager on Bobcat's side, sees no one's defending. Everyone's going after the ball, and Respect Happy takes advantage of that and gets that 4th point for Brooke Smith. With 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock, it'll take Bobcats learning and pouncing real fast. Moltres learning, pushing away, but Diamond Rattler just watches that ball and sees that it'll go in. Because Moltres wasn't fast enough to jump. He didn't have the angle, and so Diamond Rattler gets that 5th point for Brooke Smith. 5-0 in favor of Brooke Smith. Kind of watching it go up, followed by Happy. Happy almost guiding it in, but blocked by the wall. Rimmed it. Luca watching it, pushing it back over to the blue side. Helped by one of his friends right there, because they see. It's what I love to see. I mean, because they see their teammate has the same idea, says, I'm going to try to push it over, and their teammate says, okay, I see you're not able to do that perfectly, so I'll help you with it. I'll push it all the way in. Diamond Rattler falling behind. Fresh Young tries to get that point, not right angle. I mean, sometimes, even if you're fast enough, even if you have perfect positioning, it's all about that angle. You don't get that angle right, you don't get the point. Nothing, nada, doesn't matter. Happy blocks his net from getting scored on. AISD preparing, or Moltres preparing to kind of push it back, and he pushes it back. Kind of amazing just defense coming out of both teams, but with 1 minute remaining, 5 to Brooksmith, 0 to Bobcats. I mean, I don't know about you, but this game seems pretty obvious to me right now. Oh, no one's defending on Brooksmith, and Bobcats gets the first point, but with 45 seconds left on the clock, that may not be enough. But who knows? I'm a commentator, and commentator's curse always comes in at the wrong time. So who knows? Bobcats might get back-to-back amazing scores. Pushed over onto the blue side. Respect Happy. Seeing it, following it, pushing it up. Man, that would have been amazing if he was able to get that push, but he wasn't able to. Didn't really matter. Happy pushing it up and away. Moltres seeing, failing to hits on the bar. Happy kind of following the ball, failing to. Diamond Rattler holding it up in the air. Sees that perfect setup. Fresh Young determined to stop it. Hits against the bar again. You can hear the clicks of those bars. I didn't know that was a thing. Diamond Rattler kind of following around. 10 seconds left. It's not even about trying to protect your goal anymore, man. It's over. It's done. The game's over. Going to Brooksmith 2-1. And that's something about Brooksmith, man. Once they know what they're doing wrong, they'll fix it. They know it's all about defense. You see these pings, and it's because we're on LAN. Because it's not because we're on NASA internet. Oh, I wish, man. That'd be nice. Because then this wouldn't be delayed by about 30 seconds, but it's fine. All right, respect. Sees what's going on, man. Good job. Good job. All right, whenever Respect Happy is ready, we'll go into the next match. Maybe they're having a little conversation talking about, hey, we need to do this better. We need to do that better. We're in. Let's get this going. Rex, Red Spot kind of sees what's going on, or Red Happy sees what's going on. Respect Happy. So I keep on getting your name wrong, man. My brain sees it going on, and he's like, that's Red Spot, not Respect Happy. But you heard that, yeah. Saved by the keeper, and Respect Happy. Respect Happy scores that point, seeing that Zapdos was too busy blocking another way, and he just takes that one little tap in, and it goes in. That's 1-0 in favor of Brooksmith. Fresh washing it, Zapdos going under, flying over its head. Luca kind of follows around, sees what's going on. I love the commentator on this, but Diamond Rattler gets another point 30 seconds into the game. You love to see that coming out of Brooksmith. Figuring out what's going on, fixing their issues. I mean, it's lovely to see that they're getting better at what they're doing. Push over on the orange side. Luca try to pass back. Luca watching the ball. Respect Happy, following it. And another point scored by Respect Happy because the Bobcats just weren't fast enough. It's just like the first game. If you're not fast enough to defend your net, then it won't matter on position, and it won't matter if you're doing defense, because if you're not fast enough, or if you're too fast and you're doing too much momentum, it's done. And it'll be Brooksmith's game. Respect Happy kind of watching the net, following around all players on Bobcat side, kind of watching it go around. Blow up happening right there. Happy watching it, following around. Fresh Young tried to push it back, but it was blocked by one of his own teammates. I get it. They're all trying to follow this ball, trying to block it, but if you have everyone following the ball and it's not close to the net, then that's death. That's end the game. Respect Happy almost scoring another point, and Diamond Rattler saw what Respect Happy was trying to do, and he did it for him. 4-0 in favor of Brooksmith. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock, this may be in favor of Brooksmith. Luka Don kind of watching it. Zapdos sees an undefended net, sees that they're not going to be fast enough, wrong angle, and gently taps it in. Final push made by Zapdos, 1-4 for Brooksmith. It's nice to see that Bobcats kind of learning from their mistakes, kind of seeing that they gotta watch, gotta kind of learn while they have control, and then push where it needs to go. Respect Happy sees an open and kind of tries to push it in, wrong angle. Fresh Young watching it around on their net, pushing it back, push back by Zapdos. Zapdos kind of following. Diamond Rattler watching the ball, seeing that he's gonna have to block soon. Respect Happy says, I'll take that from here. Kind of guides it back over to the blue side. Diamond Rattler explodes. Rex, okay. Or explodes fresh, so that's nice, I guess. Initial game in the blue area. Guided back over to the orange area in Brooksmith's territory. Brooksmith is getting antsy, getting scared, and Bobcat's getting anxious, seeing that it's in their opponent's area and really wanting to get that point. Bobcat watching, Diamond Rattler seeing. It's even toss-up right now. Luka watching, following around. Fresh looking, Respect Happy following, behind. Fresh Young, I see what he's doing. He's just trying to set up, watch whenever he's needed, see what defense he can make. Diamond Rattler shoots it over his head, almost a scored point, but just not right there. That's not the right angle. Respect Happy watches, sees the ball, it's in his area, in his control. He follows it around, and this is just like real soccer, man. You gotta watch whenever you need it. Whenever you're needed, you come in, you start controlling the ball. You start setting it up for your friends. What did I say? Like a ball. Is that weird? Anyways, Zapdos blocking it from his area, having control over the ball. Zapdos following, walking behind enemy, and Zapdos is just guiding. Respect Happy and Zapdos clashing heads with each other and getting it out of Orange's area. Luka the Don seeing that it's in this area, kind of starting to play defense as Respect Happy follows the ball. It's setting up for the point, but Luka sees that and he's like, nah, I can't let that happen. Respect Happy pushes it back and out of the area. He saves that. 1 minute remaining. 4 in favor of Brooksmith. This may be a Brooksmith game. Another point. 5-1 in favor of Brooksmith. With 1 minute remaining, this game might be going to Brooksmith. This round might be going to Brooksmith. And they may progress further in the bracket despite losing their last game. Fresh Young pushing the net, or pushing it close to the net. Respect Happy kind of watching from behind. I see what he's doing. He's kind of seeing what his friends are doing, watching, learning, seeing what he needs to step in and coming in. Zapdos watching from afar, and Zapdos scored the second point for Bobcat. 2-5. 35 seconds left. 5-2. Pushed over into the neutral, straight into the air. Both there at the same time. 30 seconds remaining. 5-2. Listen, sometimes, and I get it, sometimes these last 30 seconds can feel like an eternity for the opposing team. Got it in control, but you see everyone's kind of playing defense, but Zapdos gets that 5-3. Could this be the turnaround that Bobcat needed this game? I see Zapdos is putting in that work, seeing that he needs to step up that game, sees that he needs to watch for his friends and see what he needs to step in. Fresh Young seeing lighting up another score. 5-4. This might be the turnaround of this game. Bobcat might pull it around and make it their game. I thought I was getting comfortable in the idea that Brooksmith might win this game, but 4-5? 10 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if Bobcats are desperate enough, willing enough, strong enough to get this last point before this game wraps up. Diamond is determined to make it their game, though. Holding it back. Brooksmith wins that round, winning that game, but not one without some struggle by Bobcat. Making an honorable last play, but it doesn't matter. With Brooksmith winning that game and moving on, as Bobcat 3 sits in their own sadness. But it's good, man. They should be honored of themselves because of the fact that they were able to pull it back towards the end. I mean, they were almost able to make it their own game. If they had maybe 20 more seconds, they would have been able to make it their game. But they weren't able to, making it Brooksmith's game. Good job, guys, man. Wow, my voice is getting so torn up. I'm getting so excited about these games, and we're only 3 games in. This isn't even close to semifinals or anything like that. All right, let's see what team's coming up next. Not marked, so we're gonna see what our CEO wants to say about that. Who's next on Pod 1, and we'll determine that from here. Thank you for tuning in to Abilene ISD esports and seeing how these games will go. I'm surprised. I mean, this is the first true stream that we're doing, and we got several viewers, some at the tournament, maybe some otherwise. Bobcat 5 wasn't able to show up, so they're eliminated. So that means that Bobcat has 4 teams going at it. We've eliminated a bunch of games against Bobcat 5. So next step will be, we don't know, but we'll see that. I'll get back to you and I'll control this and I'll see who's next. All right, this tournament has been going on for a hot minute. So now we're going to go and take a quick pause for a lunch break. Thank you for tuning in to Abilene ISD Esports. I'm going to go ahead and I don't know. I might just have some sort of, I'll have you watch my car for a little bit or something. Be back. Welcome back to AISD. Sorry, I just said AISD Live. Welcome to AISD Esports. We are doing Bobcats versus Abilene Shadow. I have some experience with AISD Shadow. I'm friends with one of their members. I can tell you a little bit about their team. So, Abilene ISD, or AISD Esports, has been doing games for about, I want to say, 2 years. First year was a little rough. We've had, some growing hurdles, especially with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But ever since the beginning, Rocket League has been working hard. They've been putting in so much work. They've been going to tournaments. Last year, I think we went to state? Yeah. Last year, Abilene ISD went to state under TechSef, I believe, or Vansa. Either way, that's very impressive. So this team has experience. We have a lot of experience. A little bit about the Bearcats. I already told you before, this is their first official tournament that they're going to. They have a little bit of experience beforehand, but they are working hard, and they are willing to put in the effort that it takes to beat whoever is up, whoever needs to go against people. Once they start going in, once the Bearcats get past whatever they need to, which I think they've already set up before, so maybe not any tutorials needed. Once we get everyone in, we will start this match. Okay, back to me talking to you guys. I want to thank Telecom for sponsoring this tournament. They've been a big help. They sponsored Abilene AISD's jerseys. They've pushed for equipment for us. They actually got us food here at this tournament, and they've been the official organizers of this tournament so far in terms of advertising, in terms of getting other schools in. So I just want to take a quick moment to say a huge thanks to Telecom. And a little bit about the Bobcats. They're in a pretty similar position to to the Wildcats, right? The Bobcats, yeah. So they have a pretty similar pass to Brooksmith, where they don't really have much whenever it comes to what they do, what they have to do, what they have access to. So, that's fair. But they tried to do their best. And in fact, whenever we were watching the Bobcats, that was their first time ever playing together. Like ever, period. And that's something that no other team had to deal with. Anyways, we got all members in this game. Let's go ahead and get this started. We've switched to best of 3 because best of 5 was kind of taking a bit long. So, neutral gameplay immediately, both hitting at the same time. One of them was kind of hanging in the back. I see why. Rival trying to sit up for that push. Jack Boy kind of following the Jack Boss trying to follow on the ball and threading the needle, getting the first point for the Bearcats. That's surprising. I mean, I expected the Shadow to get the first point, but lo and behold, the Bearcats saw the opening and they took it. And that's something that I said previously. If your defense isn't fast enough, it doesn't matter because you're going to lose against that. You're going to lose that point. They're setting up for another round. Another point scored by Bearcats within the first 20 seconds. Oh my God, man, I'm telling you, these Bearcats got some experience under their claws, man. Oh my Lord. Listen, I'm a big fan of Bearcats now. Shadow trying to kind of push it into their side, but Caden kind of sees that they're trying to do that, so he pushes it back. Leading around, tossing up. RTO kind of falling back. It's Caden trying to push it in. Man, he's getting these points back to back to back. I mean, he's good. Real Rival trying to get that point, but he wasn't able to in time. It's Caden trying to get that good angle, and he pushes it in again because our Storm had the wrong angle. 3-0 within the first minute of the game. Wow, man. That's what I keep on saying. If you're not in there fast enough, if you're not willing to defend fast enough, it ain't going to matter. RT Storm tossing it up into the air, followed by Kirion, kind of trying to guide it in. It's Caden blocking it, but Kirion is closer. He pushes it in, getting the first point for AISC Shadow. 3-1. Right away, the voice cracks voice cracks. I'm quacking, guys. Neutral gameplay so far taken control by Korean. Rival tried to take it away from him. RT Storm following with follow. Kind of just, analyzing where he needs to go. A River Storm tossing it away from his area. A River Star, River Star, seeing it. Followed by his Caden, taken away by River Star. Creon fails to go in and take control of that ball. Jack Boss gets control of the ball, leading it pretty close to their net. And if they don't make that play soon enough, then it may fail out of the Bearcats' hands. It's Caden trying to line it up, blocked by RT Storm. Zach Boss following and nearly getting it in, tossing off of the rim. Getting led by Creon back over to the Bearcat side. After the recovery and the rebound, Royal Boss takes the ball and guides it back over to the blue side. It's Storm following up, watching it, and after that bit of neutral game, it's scored by It's Caden. 4-1 in favor of the Bearcats. Sorry for that. I'm voice tracking so hard, guys. You don't even know. I'm putting my all into this. Sorry for those watching. Royal Blue kind of following it in on the blue side. Zach Boss seeing that open in, almost taking it, having the bad angle, so didn't hit that net. River Star seeing it, kind of watching it, guiding it in, almost going into the net, but blocked by Jack. It's Caden following it up, leading it around, trying to aim for the area, but Creon stops. Royal Rival guides it back on, blocked by RT Storm. Zach Boss watching, following around. Neutral game as both teams try to gain control of the ball. Creon watching, Royal Rival far back. It's Caden trying to gain control of the ball. Man, you just do not know what's going to happen next. Harsh toss up as both teams try to gain control of the ball. Royal River seeing that, or Royal Revival. Man, I've been getting everyone's names wrong. I'm sorry, guys. A score gained by It's Caden on the Bearcat side. 5-1, a minute and 48 left on the clock. Listen, he saw that RT Storm was going to try to block that, and he was like, no, I'm going to guide it in. Even toss up, but pushed over onto the Bearcat side. Jack Boss comes and follows, taking control of it, and trying to guide it back over to the Shadow side. They're trying to get it away, blocked by, or taken control over by Jack. Creon trying to take control, kind of, get a little toss-up game on. Jack Boss taking control of the ball, guiding it back over, but his teammates guided over. Riverstar almost had the perfect setup, but with no boost, he couldn't make that play. I'm sure he's cursing himself about it. He was like, oh man, I really need to get that boost beforehand. RT Storm tries to block, fails, but blocked by Creon. Thankfully, Royal Revival almost got the hit, but with the bad angle, it doesn't matter. 1 minute remaining. It's Caden, has control of the ball, taking it around. RT Storm tries to take it away. Jack Boss leads forward into the blue area, holding it up in the air. Creon takes back control of the ball. It's Caden tries to go for that hit. Jack Boss scores a point, seeing what that perfect setup was, realizing his teammate needed that help and guiding it in. 6-1 in favor of the Bearcats. Over to the blue side by a minor bit, taking control of by RT Storm. It's Caden kind of taking it up. Creon trying to push back. Zach Boss trying to have a little bit toss-up game. 30 seconds left. 6-1. This might be in favor of the Bearcats, though I don't know. We saw from the last game, anything can happen, and switch-ups can happen just like that. RT Storm kind of watching it, getting away from his net. As all the opposing teammates were trying to get it, almost guided in, but Royal Storm blocks it, or Royal Revival stops it. Led over by RT Storm. RT Storm scores that point for Shadow. 6-2. Great play, but it doesn't matter because we only have 3 seconds left on the clock. There's just no way to get back. I love that song. Life is a highway. I love taking it all night long. I gotta love it, man. RT Storm leading it. It's Caden following it behind and almost threaded by Creon, but the game ends 1 in favor of the Bearcats. It didn't matter, but that's game. No. All right, we're ready. Next game. That's first game going to the Bearcats. Great plays so far. Man, even though Shadow went to state, man, still impressive what the Bearcats are able to hold up some sort of defense against them, because man, they've just been doing great recently. All right, let's spectate. Sorry guys, I wasn't in yet. Over on to the blue side, led by Royal Revival. Taken control of by Caden, almost threaded, but River Star blocks that, then leads with the ball, fails to take control, blocked and held control over by Royal Revival. And Caden saw the opening and took it, the undefended goal, guiding it in, making the first point for the Bearcats. Led over to the orange red by RT Storm. It's Caden takes control and guides it back over to the blue side. And that's another score by It's Caden because no one could take control of that ball fast enough. It just walked right over into the enemy's goal, getting another point for the Bearcats, 2-0. First minute of the game, too, only 30 seconds in, and they got 2 points. Is this Aura? Who knows? Jackboss gets control of the ball, followed by It's Caden trying to set up, get a little bit more control over the ball as Rolf Ben tries to get back and takes control of it. It's Caden pushing it back. Creon takes control of it. Kind of toss up right now, trying to kind of equal game here in the corner. That's what happens a lot of the time. The ball gets caught in the corner. Everyone tries to fight control of it. Pushed out by River Star. It's Caden tries to take control. Gets pushed out by I don't know who. River Star takes control. Jack Boss follows it. Royal Revival trying to get that aim, but a bad angle led to miss. Uncontrolled ball. Everyone fighting for any sort of control. Someone blew up over there. RT Storm flying around. Just kind of setting up for something. Royal Revival leading it over. Creon blocks. Creon grabs the ball. Taken over control by It's Caden. It's Caden kind of leads it over to the blue side. Gets blocked by RT Storm. Creon leads the ball over to the orange side, setting up for his teammates. No one grabs it, unfortunately, so that doesn't matter. Tossed back over. Set up for River Star. Too many people taking control of the ball, though, on the orange side means that the Bearcats get control of the ball. It's Caden, grabs the ball, leads it over. Tossed up in the air. Creon takes control, leads it over to the orange side, scoring for a point for Shadow and by Creon. 2-1. With 2 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock, about halfway through this game. I'm saying it's pretty even so far. If Bearcats can kind of focus on playing the long-term game here, it might be good. Led neutral, led into the blue side by It's Caden, blocked by RT Storm. What an amazing save. That's amazing. I am sure they have some curses with that saying. What an amazing save. Some PTSD there for them. RT Storm follows with the ball, leads it forward. Jack Boss tries to take control, fails to be fast enough. Zero boost on his side means no gameplay. River Star kind of eyes the ball, sees whenever it's time for him to take control. Led over, blocked by RT Storm out of the blue area. Led over to the orange area and shot by RT Storm because the fence wasn't fast enough. Making another point led for the AISD Shadow team. 2-2 with 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. It's an even game now. Kind of iffy beginning going on, but over to the orange side. They're trying to get control over the ball to stop it from hanging over there. It's Caden, leads it over to the blue side. Creon shoots it out of his hand, leads it over. Creon gets blown up by Royal Revival as he takes control of the ball and pushes it away from the net. Jack Boss kind of sees it going on. Tries to take control, fails. Shut up by Royal Revival for one of his teammates to grab. Even game in the air. Almost shot by RT Storm, but grabbed by It's Caden beforehand. It's Caden, grabs control. The ball passes it over to Royal Revival. He lines up for a shot, gets blocked by Creon and another one of his teammates. Creon tries to grab control of the ball. Over to the orange side, lets it guides in, gets blocked by It's Caden. It's Caden leads it back over to the blue side. Royal Revival grabs the ball, guides it over back to the blue side. It's even game. If this game keeps on going on for about a minute, it'll go into overtime, and any point by that point will be the end of the game. Royal Revival grabs the ball, kind of tosses it up in the air. Equal gameplay. Zach Boss leads it forward. Creon River Star grabs the ball, tosses it back over, follows the ball, gets tossed back by Jack Z-Boss. 3 seconds remaining. It's Kaden grabs the ball, led by Creon. Creon tries to toss it over, fails, hit the bar. Jack Boss grabs control of the ball once more, leads it back over to the blue side. Tries to aim for that shot, misses because of bad angle. Creon leads it back over for River, starts to make the shot, gets blocked by Royal Revival, led by it's Kaden. And that's overtime. Now we're going to overtime. Even game. Could be anyone's game. Tosses it up over to the blue side. River Storm grabs control of the ball, tosses it over. Jack Boss blocks. And continues to try to push the ball over for his teammates. Gets blocked by Royal Star. Jack Boss goes back over, tries to grab the ball. Royal Revival tosses it over. Gets blocked by RT Storm. Creon. Jack Boss tosses it in, scoring the point by It's Kaden, making Bearcats the winner of this game. Game 2 goes to the Bearcats. Voice might be terrible because someone came up here and grabbed me a bottle. Sorry, guys. I do not want to reconnect to the servers. Why is everyone leaving? Oh, wait, no, that's game. My fault, guys. Okay, so that's the round led over and won by the Bearcats. Good job, guys, man. And that's the thing about the Bearcats. It's that they're just fast. They see it all go. They see it all lead. And sometimes they even score. And that's what matters. As long as you can make it score, that's what matters. All right, well, let's see what's next up on this roster. Let me tell you about the Bobcats, because I finally got some info on them. So the Bobcats come from a small town, small team, minimal, guides and controls by everything. So it's up to pretty difficult ability to be able to lead these kinds of things. In a smaller town, sometimes the councils can sometimes be a little bit strong-headed whenever it comes to esports, but these guys managed to get it up. And as I said, whenever they were first playing, that was their first time playing together. So if they were doing bad with teamwork, that's why. Anyways, we're gonna wait for next match. I will be grabbing that right now. So that game was played by two teams who were done eating, but the rest of us are still eating. So we're going to take a continued lunch break, and we will be right back to you on AISD Esports Live.
control me. We're burning.
I go crazy.
Open your eyes.
Tell me why. 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 I go crazy.
You can't control me. We're burning.
Hey there, guys. So our next game will be against what is this? NTO and Phantom Varsity on Abilene. So Phantom's the best that we got. I think they were the ones who went to state. And NTO was the absolute MVPs of last time. So I want to inform you guys that this game might be a very, very good game. Let's switch these around real quick. That's weird. I don't have their logo here. That is so odd. I guess new tech? Oh, okay, it's new tech. I don't know. That thing didn't look right from here, but it is right. Okay, best of 3 against Varsity Phantom and NCO. I want to call him Nitro because there's someone on the Super Smash Bros. Team that is named Nitro, and NCO Nitro doesn't like look the same in my head and sounds the same. So, anyways, NCO is getting through the tutorial once more, but I'm gonna go ahead and have this open for them whenever they want to come in, and we'll get this game going as soon as we can. All right, so we have both teams in here. Let's go ahead and get this game started, guys. Guys, you hear me? Guys. All right. This is AISD Phantom against NCO. NCO, we know, was doing very good in the first 2 games that they played. Pretty neutral game right away, kind of to be expected, because these two teams are quite experienced. They're quite educated in the game, and they know what they're doing. And with a semi-undefended goal, I mean, it's not undefended per se, but they're just too slow. So that means first point goes to Phantom in this game within the first 10 seconds. We see that a lot in the beginning. First points get scored quite quickly, especially against 2 very, very highly skilled teams. And if Phantom doesn't get someone there willing to defend quickly enough, then they're gonna lose. And that's what NCO is best at. If they see that you have an undefended goal or someone who is completely out of the way, too slow, they're gonna get you. You guys are names are weird. Okay, KWR leads it over, followed by Anfi. Oh, man. I'm used to you guys calling each other unks. All right. Pretty even game out of Phantom and the NCO. Controlled over by Arrow. Led, and Arrow scores a point because no one's fast enough to gain control of the ball, leading to the second point for NCO. Within the first minute of this game, 2 points for NCO, 1 point for AISD Phantom. It's what you have with these kinds of games. It's maybe a point game more than it is a waiting game for these guys. Arrow sort of has loose control over the ball. KWR passing it over to Anfi. Arrow gaining control of it, making it bounce off the wall. Bummy takes control of it. KWR coming up, tries to shoot, misses with that perfect aim, tosses it off the wall. Arrow blocks that hit into their net. KWR passes it over, gets blocked by Anfi and Arrow. Anfi pushes it back out of the control of AISD Phantom, gets blocked by Poison. Anfi grabs the ball, tosses it up in the air, but gets controlled by KWR. Anfi tries to hit that. Anfi tries to shoot, but misses as it's tossed out of his grasp by Poison. KWR grabs it, bounces it off of the ball, hands it to his friends. Arrow grabs the ball, leads it over. Bummies tries to take control, misses. It bounces off the roof, and KWR scores. We saw a bad defense out of Official Unknown because he wasn't fast enough. He didn't hit it at the right time, and it already bounced off of the roof of it. So, no hate, guys. 3-1 in favor of NCO. Gets tossed over by Anfi. Bummies tries to lead it over, tries to take control, gets shot out by Anfi. Arrow sees the ball, pushes it out of the way of the net. Anfi leads it over, gets blocked by Poison. That was almost a score, though, for NCO. Gets pushed over by his friends. Became another shot. Arrow grabs the ball, tosses it up to Anfi. They have a little back and forth game right now because they see that people are trying to take control of the ball. It's over in NCO's side. They know each other. They know they're going to try to set up that game, so they kind of toss it back. Little pass game, kind of dribble game right there. Back and forth between each other. Official Unknown blocks it from the hoop. Or not from the hoop, from the goal. Pretty even game between KWY and Anfi. Bummies takes control, passes it over. Nearly gets shot at, and KWR scores for the 4th point for NTO. They almost blocked. You see that? One of his own teammates almost blocked it, but thankfully it was too fast, and NCO gets that 4th point. Passes over to the blue side, led by KWR. Bummies takes control. Unknown tries to take control, but Arrow knocks it out of the way. Bummy flies up, tosses it back over to the orange side. Anfi grabs. Bummy's blocks. Official Unknown tosses it back over. Arrow leads it up, back over to the blue side. Official Unknown pulls back and tries to push it out. Gets blocked. One of NTO's own teammates kind of knocked it back over to the orange side, but they're setting up. KWR sees what's up, tries to toss it over, gets blocked by Bummies. It's even toss game in the air right now. Official Unknown grabs it, flies over to the orange side, almost gets the goal against NCO, but they grab. Anfi leads it over to the blue side, gets blocked by Bummy. Arrow sees the ball, tosses it up, bounces it off of the wall. Official Unknown grabs, tries to lead it over, gets blocked by the teammates. Poison Destroyer sees the ball. Official Unknown leads the ball over, gets blocked, loses control, tries to grab control again, gets tossed back over into the ball, and Arrow scores the 5th point for NCO against Phantom. With 30 seconds left on the clock, this might be game. I'm telling you, AISD Phantom needs to lock in whenever it comes to these guys because NCO knows when to go and just like let it go. Official Unknown leads it over, gets the first point needed to pull back this game. 2-5 in favor of NCO. Even gameplay so far. Official Unknown grabs the ball, has it over in the orange side. Bummies leads it up, almost tries to get a hit, but misses. Poison Destroyer sees the ball. Arrow takes control of it, blocked by Bummies. KWR tries to push Anfi. It seems like they're playing protective game over the ball right now. It's not about scoring, it's about protection, it's about control. That leads to NTO having this first game of this round. We saw that Arrow had a lot of good plays in that, had a lot of control over those balls, pause, and was able to hit control. Second game of this round, with one in favor of NCO leading. Let's see if AISD Phantom can take control. Led over to the orange side. Official Unknown grabs control of the ball, pushes it over. Arrow grabs, pushed back by Official Unknown. NW tries to grab control. KWR grabs control, pushes it up over, and KWR scores because of the inefficient defense by AISD Phantom.
Open. Open.
Wow, that is some gameplay that you see rarely because they just know how to line it up perfectly. Poison Destroyer leads forward, blocked by KWR, and Anfi grabs control, nearly lands up that point. Bummies kind of doesn't grab control. Arrow grabs control over the ball. Poison Destroyer sees, gets ready to defend, grabs control of the ball, leads forward, explodes. Unknown official pulls back. KWR grabs control of the ball, starts to lead it over to the blue side. Blummy knocks it out, but KWR grabs back control, pushes back. Official Unknown grabs control of the ball, leads over. Back into the mid side. KWR snatches the ball, nearly gets that point, and he does because they didn't have sufficient control and knowledgeable control over that ball. They thought that a simple push would have gotten it, but no. So KWR comes around and gives that one final push to lead it straight into the net. 2-0 in favor of NCO. Pushes over into the orange side. Poison Destroyer comes up. Official Unknown grabs the ball. Gets blocked by Anfi. Anfi grabs control of the ball, leads it back over to the blue side. Bummy tries to block, fails. KWR continues to lead and gets another point in favor of NCO. 3-0 in the second game. 3:50 on the clock. That is a 3-point lead halfway in the game. This might be unrecoverable in some situations, but we've seen the AISC Phantom is willing to make some sort of comeback. And if they are willing to, Official Unknown leads strong, nearly gets the point, but has the bad angle. Anfi leads forward, pushes it over to the blue side, gets exploded. Official Unknown grabs the ball, then neutral. Led by KWR, attempted blocking by Official, gets blocked by Poison, followed by Official, leading to the net. Neutral game in the corner. KWR grabs the ball, leads over. Pretty tough gameplay coming out of both teams, trying to grab control of that ball. NWF tries to follow with control of the ball. Arrow tries to follow up, but fails with a bad angle. Poison Destroyer tries to get a hit. Almost scored, but Official Unknown blocks. Bummy sees the ball, starts to lead forward. out of control by Arrow. Official Unknown follows up and grabs control of the ball, starts leading it over. KWR prepares, gets blocked by, I don't know who, like 2 different people. Sophomores, Unk blocked that. Poison Destroyer leads forward, gets blocked by KWR, KWY. RR, yeah. KWR. Enfi sees the ball, tries to grab control, gets punished out by Poison, gets blocked by KWR. Poison, unknown official watches the ball, leads it around, pushes it forward, tries to, but fails because of bad angle. Enfi sees the ball, tries to grab control along with Bummies. Neutral Gang gets blocked out by Poison. Enfi grabs control of the ball. Official Unknown watches, grabs control of the ball whenever least expected. Knocked out by KWR. Poison tries to follow the ball. Official Unknown grabs. This is ridiculous. It's like seeing. You ever seen like slow down footage of like bumblebees flying? That's what it looks like right now. Explosion. Bummies grabs control. Blows up. Everyone's getting blown up, bro. It's everybody's ops right now. Bummies follows. KWR leads forward. Enfi scores the 4th point for NTO against Phantom. It seems like Phantom was trying to get that pullback game, but they can't. They cannot do that in time. But they still have 1:22 on the clock. Anyone's game, really, still, technically, if Phantom wants to pull back. Official Long sees the ball, starts leading it forward. Arrow tries to see. When they grab control, WR pushes it back. Bummy blocks control. Enfi leads up, follows the ball. Kind of tossed up. WR follows. Official Unknown blocks. 1 minute remaining on the clock. Enfi grabs. Almost does. Bummies blocks control. Official Unknown grabs the ball, leads it over to the orange side. Bummies tries to push forward. Perfect lineup, but Arrow grabs control of the ball, leads it back over to the blue side. And that's another point scored by NCO. 5-0, 42 on the clock. This game might be 2-0, but saying that doesn't mean that no one fought hard. Without a doubt, because everyone is incredible what they do. This is 2 amazing teams who have great teamwork with each other, working together, but it seems like KWR just seems to be lining up these shots a bit better, has a bit more preparation. Up in the air, Poison Destroyer sees the ball, grabs control, shoots it over. Gets blocked by KWR. Enfi grabs control. Bummy blocks. KWR continues to lead control. They kind of fight over control like the teammates. And gets scored by Arrow, leading it into the goal. 6-0, 12 on the clock. This might be game. Honestly, this is game. I'm just gonna call it right now. This is game. Because NTO seems to just have better control over the ball than Phantom does. This game, it's over. NTO will be leading on to the next area that they will be fighting against. NTO wins this round. Great job to NTO, continuing to show why they're so good at continuing to control the ball, always having control over the ball, always knowing what to do, how to move, knowing each other quite well. It just shows that these 2 teams are very experienced against each other, no matter what. Yeah, you were rooting for the other one. I'm sorry, Oops Soup. But sometimes games change a lot, and I was rooting for Phantom too. I mean, I'm AISD. I was hoping they'd win, but stuff happens. D. Leon? I don't know. That's up to the TO. I'm just a commentator. As I will be getting the next game just in a moment. Thank you for tuning into AISD esports for our first ever stream, and the first stream officially hosted and sponsored for and by and heavily bankrolled by Tailored Telecom. We will get back to you whenever we figure out who's next, and we will be watching that next game. This next match will be against AISD Phantom and Brooke Smith. We've seen Brooke Smith earlier. They seem to be pretty good at holding control over the ball. And we just saw AISD Phantom. Hopefully we can learn from their mistakes from the last match, considering that they lost, and come back this time with even more control. Let's go ahead and get this started. I love the cool glasses on top of that car. Pushed into orange side by Unknown. Look at that, on tries to grab control, fails. Diamond Rattler pushes it up, out. Unknown pushes it forward into the orange side. Respect pushes it out of Bummy's control. Bummies tries to grab control. Bummies might actually have control soon. No, blocked by Diamond Rattler. The Bummies comes back. Pushed out of the way by Respect Happy. Oni now watches the ball, seeing whenever it's time. Almost pushed in by Bummies, but Luca blocks it. Everyone, this is a brutal match to see who can get it out of their area. Almost, and Official Unknown scores the first point of this match about a minute in. Wow. Towards the end of there, it was close. It was just a matter of time to see if someone could get it out or someone could push it a little bit in. Even game. Official Unknown leads into the orange area. Diamond Rattler pushes it out of the orange area, nearly blocked by Luca. Respect Happy watches from the back. Luca leads up and starts following the ball. Gets kind of knocked out of the way by Bummies. Oni now pushes it over to the orange side. Respect Happy pushes it back to the blue side. Continues to get pushed and led by Respect Happy. Almost goes into Phantom's goal, but gets led out by Official Unknown. Oni starts to follow the ball. Pushed up, prepared by Official. Almost blocked by one of his own teammates though. Respect Happy leads back. Official Unknown pushes the ball into the score, leading to the second points of this game. 3:25 on the clock and nothing for Brooke Smith. It seems that Brooke Smith is having the issue where they keep on going for the ball too harshly and they forget about their own net, which I understand. It starts to head over there and you want to grab control of it, but that doesn't matter whenever you have so much pressure on the ball that all you can do is defend. Oni now pushes up into the air. Pushed up by Respect Happy. Almost hits, but Official Unknown pushes out. Oni now grabs control. Luca pushes it out, blocked by Oni. Respect Happy sees the ball, pushes it out of the corner, leads it over the net. Kind of pushing up and grabbing a little bit of control of the ball, trying to get it out of that corner, the little net, like the little catch-all spot over there. Seems to lead to a lot of neutral gameplay, especially throughout this tournament. The corner seems to be a pretty neutral area. Respect Happy leads it in, almost locks it out if that was going to turn out bad, but he doesn't. And he gets that final push, leading to the first point for Brooke Smith, 2-1 with 2:29 on the clock. Pushed into the blue area by Respect Happy. And gets a shot right away by Respect Happy within the first 10 seconds of the game. Or the first 10 seconds of this play. That is amazing. Let me correct myself. They're gonna get on me if I don't correct myself. Pushed into the blue area by Respect Happy, or not by Respect Happy, by Luca. Official Unknown grabs control of the ball, gets knocked out of control by Diamond Rattle, and Respect Happy knocked over to the blue area. Bummies grabs the ball. Mid-game, pushes it almost to the net by Diamond, but gets tossed up by Phantom. Oni tries to do with a back bump play. Unknown kind of taps the ball over. Diamond Rattler tries to pull it back over to the blue area, seeing that they're trying to kind of tap it out. Blocked by Bummies. Almost was a play by Respect Happy. Respect Happy and his own teammate kind of fought against the ball for some reason. I don't know why. Pushed over to the blue side by Respect Happy. Pushed back by Unofficial Unknown. Says, let's slow this down a little bit. Pushed forward. One of Phantom exploded. Pushed back to the orange side by Oni. Pushed out of the center by, I think that was Luca. Diamond Rattler tries to grab control of the ball. Gains control of the ball. Knocked over to the blue side. Respect Happy threads the needle and throws it in. That's 3-2. A minute left in the clock. Brooksmith, it's looking good for Brooksmith right now. If they can continue to hold this point for the rest of this minute, it'll be their game for this round. This round. The game, the round, who knows? Respect Happy throws it back into the blue area, gets pushed back by Unknown. Official Unknown pushes it up. Respect Happy falls up. Toss it out of Phantom's hands. Bummies pushes it over to Orange. Almost gets that hit, but gets blocked by Luca. Respect Happy grabs control. Tosses it back over to the blue side. Unknown fails to push it back. The entire time, like, they are just losing control. Luca almost gets that hit, but bad angle, blocks. Gets tossed over by Respect Happy, and Respect Happy grabs the score despite, I think that was Official Unknown trying to block it. You see, wow. He almost had that block. If he would just had a little bit of force behind that, that would have been the block, but that now has 4-2 in favor of Brooksmith with 25 seconds on the clock. Respect Happy pushes forward, around, pushed out of the way by Unknown. The Marauder will watch from the back, pushes it out of the way of the two opposing fighting teams. Oni now pushes back to the orange side. 3, 2, 1. And that's the end of the game in favor of Brooksmith for this second game. Or is this the first game? I don't know. I didn't know if it was updated that quickly. But either way, Respect Happy was the MVP of that. You saw him putting a lot of work in, threading the needle, kind of reading his teammates, and that's what you, oh my god, and that's what you love to see out of these guys. I need water. Drink this. If Brooksmith can continue this energy for this next game, it'll be 2-0 against Phantom, and they'll pass on to the next bit. That's a futuristic thing. All right, let's go. Hear them, they're anxious to start. Luca pushes it over to the blue side. Pretty neutral game though. Respect Happy grabs control. Official Unknown pushes it out of Respect Happy's hands. Luca tosses it up in the air. Oni follows with the ball over to the orange side. Starts to lose control of his own car. Though continues to hold it over on the orange side. Luca follows. Tosses it up in the air. Official Unknown helping. Respect Happy tries to push it out of the way of those two teams out of control. Luca blocks it from their nets. Almost score. Respect Happy pushes it up and out of their way. Official Unknown grabs control of the ball from them. Respect Happy seems to be putting a lot of neutral game, a lot of upper tier game, trying to block it, make sure no one has control, or at least knock it out of their control before they can have long-term control of the ball. Diamond Rattler grabs control of the ball, gets blocked by Bummies, then Respect Happy grabs control, passes over to Luke. Or just tapping the bottom of this ball for a little bit. Tosses over to the corner, neutral game, but gets followed by Unknown. Starts leading it over to the orange side. Diamond Rattler fails to grab it out of the way. And Oni now threads the needle with everyone trying to block, but gets first point. 3:46 into the game for AIST Phantom.
All right, Taylor, let's go. Let's do it.
Pushed over to the blue side by Demon Rattle. Balled up by Luka Don, trying to keep on going. Respect Happy kind of keeps it in the blue side, despite Official Unknown trying to push it out. Sees an opening, hits the guardrail. Bummy sees from the back. Watches, waits for his moment, and Oni now threads the needle between everyone else, getting the second point for Phantom. Getting crazy gameplays with Life is a Highway is a thrilling experience, guys. I want to let you guys know. Pushed over to the blue side by Luka, almost got over to the orange side. Oni grabs control of the ball. Respect Happy sees, tries to line it up, gets blocked by Bummy. Bummy grabs control. Official Unknown continues to push it forward. Respect Happy tries to grab control, and now continues. Moving around, Luka follows the ball. Diamond Rattle grabs control of the ball, pushes it forward, gets blocked by Bummies. In front of the net now, Diamond Rattle grabs the ball and almost gets it, but Official Unknown blocks the net push. Even game, Diamond Rattle grabs the ball, pushes it to the blue side, gets blocked by Bummies. Respect Happy pushes it back to the orange side, gets the lineup, almost gets blocked by Oni. Edge play. And Luka sees the opening and takes it, getting 2-1 with 21 on the clock in the second minute left. Oh my lord! And guys, I'm so sorry for my voice cracks.
Nice, good hit. Follow.
Official Unknown kind of walks from the back. Luka goes up, watches the ball. Bummies takes control of the ball, starts leading it forward.
There we go.
Official Unknown taps it into the net, getting the third point with 2:03 on the clock. With 2-point lead by Phantom. This might be their game, stopping Brooksmith from continuing to get this. No, Alfie, you cannot join. This is a tournament in person. Orange side gets controlled. Official Unknown leads.
Alright guys, we gotta get it on the other side.
Devin Rattle sees the ball. Oni now pushes it up, out. Luka follows the ball. Oni knocks it out of Luka hands. Hans, sorry guys, I turned into a whole different area for a minute. Pass in front of the net by Oni, or by Unknown.
Make a play, come on.
Official Unknown follows the ball. Respect Happy pushes it up and out of the area in orange. Tries to push it out. Luka follows his idea.
Someone hit it.
Official Unknown starts to try to lead the ball. Oni now tries to push it out of the blue area. Fails to.
Come on, Landon.
With 1 minute remaining, 3 on Phantom's side. This might be a 1-1 game.
Good up.
Luka pushes the ball back to the blue side. Unknown pushes up, out. Bummies grabs control of the ball, led by Unknown. Oni now continues to push it over to the orange side despite constant pressure on the back. And almost scores the point, hitting the corner. Bummies leads forward. Luka blocks. Respect Happy follows. Official Unknown leading the ball. Bummies pushes it forward. Luka blocks again. Ten seconds left. Official Unknown continues to follow the ball. And that's game, leading the second point to AISC Phantom. So about there, guys. All right, let's go. This game will be the tiebreaker between AIST Phantom and Brooke Smith for this round. They both been playing very well. AIST Phantom has been locking in recently, seeing how to lead forward, lead with the ball, and see the opening and push forward. But Brooke Smith is great with punishes. Pushed over to the orange side. Demon Rattler sees the ball, fails to grab control. Oni hits it off of the corner, and first point scored by unknown official. He sees the opening and he takes it.
We are all on top of each other, so remember,
That's what you love to see whenever the defense is busy with another block and cannot stop moving from that block. You toss it back in and you continue to move forward. Look at the Don kind of sees the ball. It's pretty even gameplay. They try to come forward, grab control of the ball. Gets laid over the orange side. Now to the blue side by Oni now. Luca starts to lead the ball over. Respect Happy tries to grab control. Oni now continues to push forward. Caught in the corner, tossed out by, and Bummies pushes it forward into the net, leading to the second point for AIST Phantom.
reset. Remember how to play. Remember where you need to be.
Even gameplay so far, slightly pushing by Luca. Respect Happy pushes it over to the blue side. Official Unknown starts to knock it back, leads it over to the orange side. Respect Happy fails to push it back. Oni now fails to grab control. Bummies pushes it further into the orange side. Respect Happy washes the ball. Official Unknown starts to tap it on his head. Tries to prep, but Respect Happy knocks it out of the prep range. Luca starts to lead forward. Oni now blocks it out of their score. Luca starts to watch the ball from afar. Official Unknown comes up, taps the ball on his head. Blocked by Respect. Respect Happy starts to push forward. Starts to try to push it in, but continues to fail. Official Unknown keeps on watching. Bummies flies up. Official Unknown tries to grab control of the ball, fails to. Oni now starts to try to push forward. Luca knocks it out of his hands. Oni now goes around, tries to grab control. Bummies tries to lead with the ball, fails. Diamond Rattler knocks it out of his hands. Oni now knocks it out of Diamond Rattler's hands. It's a true control game here, trying to get a control of the ball from both sides. Because if they can't get control of the ball, then no plays will be made by either side unless if an opening is made and one tries to make that final push. One opening is made by official, but into the wrong area, meaning that Diamond Rattler scores. That's 2-1. 1 point given to Brooke Smith with 2:50 left on the clock. 1-1 on the series line. A push into the orange side by Official Unknown. Diamond Rattler knocks it out of Oni's hands. Tossed in the air by Official. Respect Happy tries to grab control and led into the goal by Bummies, knocking out that point lead. Or knocking up the point lead, sorry. Giving 3-1. 1 point to AIST Phantom, 2:37 left on the clock. Let's continue. Diamond Rattler knocks it over to the blue side. Respect Happy follows the ball. Oni knocks it up into the air. Bummies watches the ball. From afar, Oni starts to lead. Respect Happy knocks it out of his hands, almost leads it up. Official Unknown blocks it from their nets. Respect Happy pushes it back. Bummies watches. Walks around with the ball. Official Unknown knocks it away from their net. Helped by Bummies. Loose ball. Respect Happy grabs the ball, starts to move it over to the blue side. When he now locks it back up off the wall. Blummy starts to move forward with the ball, gets knocked out by Official Unknown back into the orange area. Respect Happy starts to try to lead defense against the wall. Luka blocks the net. Almost scored by Oni, knocked out of the way by Diamond Rattler. Official Unknown starts to watch from behind. Oni knocks it out of Diamond Rattler's hands. Bummies leads forward. Official Unknown blocks. Diamond Rattler starts to take control of the ball, starts to guide it back over to the blue side. Respect Happy starts to guide, knocked out of his hands by Official Unknown. One minute left on the clock. Oni now sees the opening and pushes it into Brooksmith's goal, giving 4-1. With 55 seconds left on the clock, 4-1. We're between two even teams. This might be the win for AISD Phantom. Respect Happy follows. Pushes up and out. Lemmies moves forward with the ball. Official Unknown tosses it up in the air. Respect Happy follows with the ball forward. And scores! Respect Happy's guide 4-2 within 30 seconds. Is this possible to get 2 more points against Phantom before the game ends? This will be entirely up to Brooksmith's skill and speed. Push into the blue side by Respect Happy. Starts to push it forward. Fails to push out of the way. Blocks by Official Unknown. Respect Happy starts to lead it. Trying to keep it out of the blue area so then they can continue to have their point lead. Bummies gets exploded. 10 seconds left. Pushed up and out. No one has control. And that is game. AISD Phantom wins by 2 points. Good job for that turnaround by AISD Phantom, giving them the win, allowing them to progress forward against their next opponent. Very effective gameplay out of both teams. Maybe if the Mustangs continued to push forward with their efforts, then they would have won. But unfortunately, Phantom locked in and got absolutely just geared up to win with their mind on the goal, and they made it happen. All right, let's go and get this next game up and running. We're going to try to get the next game up. I'll come back whenever I know who's next. Otherwise, thank you for tuning in to AISD Esports Live, sponsored by Telecom. Hello, guys. I just want to take a minute to congratulate the winner of the Smash Singles tournament held within this house, too. The winner was Sylvian RNG. This guy is great. He came in about this year, and he's proven himself to be quite an effective player. So to see him win this tournament in the Smash Singles was not to be surprising. So great job out of each of the opponents inside of Smash Singles. Great job to everyone, guys. Really. All right. I'm gonna go back to seeing who's next on the teams of the 3v3 teams of the Rocket League.
the shore, I'm holding on, diving in into my emotion. Hear me cry. Sometime we'll get up and fly. And the waves come crashing down. Stand up, don't fall and drown. There's nothing that I want more but for you to catch me by the shore.
Hello guys, I am back with AISD, not live, that's a different thing that we're doing, AISD Esports, and we are going to be doing this next match against AISD Shadow and Bobcat 3. Now, we haven't had Bobcat for a hot minute, so we're going to be getting quite a few games with Bobcat 3 and Bobcat 2. So you're going to be seeing a lot of them around. Reminder that these guys haven't really played that much. Anyways, we have everyone in here, so let's go ahead and get started. All right. into the blue side by Fresh. Toss out of the blue side. Fresh tries to come up and push it back. Creon follows. And RT Storm, within the first 10 seconds of the game, makes a point for AISD Shadow. That is great to see within the first 10 seconds. It's usually within the first 10 to 20 seconds that we see a lot of points get made by either team, especially the AISD teams. Gets led over by Zapdos. Creon comes up, tries to put out. Fresh puts back. Riverstar comes up. Zapdos chops it in. RT Storm blocks. Creon comes around and starts falling from behind. Riverstar pushes out of their grasp, pushes it back over the orange side, and tries to tap it into the goal, but has a bad angle and timing and misses. Creon comes up behind. AISD starts to grab control, or not AISD. Bobcat starts to grab control. Palkia seems to be trying to stick with the ball. Zapdos grabs control of the ball, pushes it back over to the blue side. Seems like Palkia was trying to set up for some sort of some sort of assist with his teammates, but it didn't quite pan out like that. Perfect setup for Fresh to come in and start hitting that ball. Riverstar starts to hang it around the ball. Palkia starts to come around. Starts to get led by Fresh Young. Almost hits the net, but hits the corner. Zapdos hits it up into the air. RT Storm blocks it away from the net. Fresh Young starts to pull back, sees what's going on, starts to push it back into the blue area. Creon blocks and starts to push it back into the blue area. Gets blocked by the two AISD teammates on Bobcat. Sorry about that, but it's just logins and whatnot. Fresh Young starts to hang out from behind. Fresh taps it away from his net and starts to push into the blue area. Into the corner, along the wall, over the net. Gets blocked by RT Storm. Followed by a Riverstar. Gets knocked out of the grass by Palkia. River starts to push forward with the ball, knocking it over to the orange side. Fresh tries to stop. Riverstar still has excellent control. Zapdos blocks the wrong way, allowing RT Storm to score on the orange side. Giving 2 to AISD Shadow and none in favor of the Bobcats. Sorry about that, but some of the members and AISD had a crash with one of their computers, so we're going to hang back until we're back in.
All right, we're ready.
All right, let's go. And we're back into the match. Zapdos starts to eye the ball from a little behind. RT Storm starts to take control. Tries to get it out of the blue area, but starts to hit it a bit more in. Creon gets it out of that area. Zapdos puts it back. Creon knocks it up. Creon starts to lead it into the orange area. Creon has his eye on the goal. AIC Palkia knocks up that vision and gets it out of the way. Fresh tries to start to lead. Gets exploded by Riverstar. Fresh Young starts to push it into the blue area. Starts to try to lead it. Creon blocks. Riverstar starts to push forward. Knocks it over to the orange side. Fresh pushes it back to the blue side. Creon knocks it back to the orange. Keeping it in the middle as long as possible. Korean starts to follow to the side, knocks it back into the orange side. Fresh Young falling from behind, fails to get blocked. Creon blocks Creon from, or not Creon, Fresh blocks Creon from getting that hit. Korean starts to eye the ball, Zapdos starts to lead. Riverstar tries to grab control. Creon knocks it over to Riverstar. Palka knocks it out of Palka's hand, or Creon's hands. Up in the air, 30 seconds remaining. 2 for AISD Shadow. Is this the end of the game? This war of attrition between AISD Shadow and Bobcat. AISD Palka starts to eye, almost hits it, but gets blocked by 2 members of AISD Shadow. 10 seconds left, 2 points for Shadow. Creon blocks, and that is game. AISD Shadow gets first points, first game win. We see AISD Shadow is able to kind of outsmart, outmaneuver, and outthink before Bobcat can organize a proper defense against them. And that's the issue, because Bobcat hasn't been playing with each other at all. This is the first time they've really played together at all. So with that fact, it kind of leads to a difficult game whenever we're talking about versus each other's or anything like that. It seems like 2 of Bobcat's members have disconnected from the game, so we're going to wait until they come back. Hold on, I'm going to have to end that. Let me just pause that.
You press escape and then you get.
Let me just pause that game for a little bit until the 2 Bobcat members come back into the game. It seems like Bobcat and AISD Shadow seem to have pretty strong neutral game, but AISD Shadow tends to grab control of the ball more often and lead it over to the Bobcat sector. This makes for difficult games. It makes it difficult for Bobcat to try to organize, considering the fact that they haven't really played with each other. So it makes it pretty impossible for any sort of defense, any sort of offense, knowledgeable playoffs. Well, AISD Shadow has been playing together for the past 2 years. So with that extra experience under their wing, it leads to pretty good games. Anyways, we're getting back into the game. Both members have gotten back. 2, 1, and we're back. RT Storm starts to lead forward over to the blue side. Fresh knocks it out of the area. Creon starts to push forward into the blue and the orange area, but Fresh blocks that lead. Fresh knocks it up in the air. Zapdos starts to try to lead over to the blue side. Fresh starts to lead it back into his own area, nearly scores for the opposing team. River starts to watch from afar, sees whenever they need to come in. Creon starts to try to lead it over. Minimal defense on their net may lead to their death whenever it goes against AISD Shadow. Remember from earlier, I kept on saying, an unprotected goal is a free point for the opposing team, because odds are whenever we're talking about this level of play, they will see that mistake. AISD Zapdos starts to lead forward. Fresh starts to follow, tries to gain control. Zapdos knocks it out of the area for the goal. Open plays are available for Shadow, but they're not properly set up, which means that no plays will be made yet. Creon sees an opening, starts to push it forward. River starts to push it forward, but gets blocked by Palka. Creon starts to see the ball, kind of tap around with it, bouncing off of his head. Pretty good defense gameplay. Zapdos knocks it out of Creon's hands. Palka starts to watch. Tries to knock it out of Creon's hands, but fails. Creon continues to lead forward. Riverstar helping and assisting, knocking it back and forth, like dribble gameplay. Fresh Young knocks it out of Riverstar's hands. Fresh starts to continue to begin to lead. RT Storm watches. And River Star takes it away from them. River Star watches. RT Storm sees the opening and takes it, getting the first point for AISD Shadow on this game. With 2:36 on the clock, nearly half of the game taking to get their first point, but that's understandable considering the fact that their neutral offense, offense, defense on both teams has been unique so far. River Star taking forward. Fresh Young tries to lead it. RT Storm starts to lead it around. Fresh Young starts to loop around, blows up one of the opposing teammates, and River Star scores their second point. 2:21 into the game, halfway through. Might be game. River Star leads it forward, while Bobcat kind of hangs back, waiting to see their play. Might be bad if they don't get proper control of the ball while they're hanging back, or else it won't matter because these guys will wait for an opening, see the opening, and snatch it right from under your legs. Sucks. Tapo starts to lead forward. Creon blocks it out of his control, starts to lead it forward over into the orange area. Fresh knocks it up. Creon sees the opening, tries to take it, but fails. Zapdos starts to take the long way around, while Zapdos and Fresh Young start to lead it out of the orange area. Creon knocks it out of their hands, up in the air, anyone's ball. Creon starts to lead it, but Zapdos takes it back and starts guiding it over to the blue area. RT Storm's hanging in the back, playing goalie for a little bit, making sure that no bad plays get made. Nearly fails before Fresh Young would be able to knock it in. River Star starts to hang around the cross section. Creon watches, moves it forward. Fresh Young sees that and tries to move it out of the way. River Star nearly guides it in. Creon nearly guides it in, and he does, scoring the third point for AISD Shadow in this game. With about a minute on the clock, that might be game before Bobcat can pull together their gameplay and get the win. Up into the air as both teams hit at the same time, failing to get control over the ball. Fresh Young tops it up into the blue area. RT Storm knocks it back into the orange area, starts to lead it forward. In front of their goal, over their goal, Fresh Young almost knocks it into himself. Zapdos knocks it in the air. Fresh Young starts to lead. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. 3 in favor of AISD Shadow as Creon leads forward into the orange goal and gets another point, the fourth point. 21 seconds left on the clock. That would be game. Unless if they manage to get back-to-back wins, which that can happen in more casual matches, but in competitive matches, it's simply unheard of. Knocks it into the blue area, or into the orange area. Creon gets the fifth point. This isn't game anymore. This is a slaughter. Guys, if you guys watch football, this is like the NFL right now. Creon starts to take control of it. Up and around. Orange. Oh man, there's just no point to it. 5 points left. And the 6th point scores with 2 seconds on the clock. Come on. This is just bullying at this point, man. You're gonna win. This is just for XP, bro. I swear. It just feels bad to watch, man. Oh well, 1, 2, game's over. Sad to watch. But AISD Shadow wins by 2-point lead. Good job to both teams for fighting so hard. Bobcats couldn't organize fast enough to get around AISD Shadows. Crazy strong grip over the ball as they continue to move it forward, leading to their win. All right, let's see what's next. I will grab whoever is next. We'll see who's next on that board. Thank you for tuning in to AISD Esports. Big thanks to Telecom for sponsoring this event and pushing it wholeheartedly, paying for food, jerseys, transport, etc. for each of these teams for this whole tournament so far. Big thanks to Telecom. This is going to be AISD Phantom against Bobcats 3. Bobcats 3 just came off of a loss. I know they're a little bit in their heads right now, probably, and things like this happen. But I'm sure that against AISD Phantom, they might do quite well. Though, however, please keep in mind that Phantom was the team that went to state, so might be a little difficult. But we'll see. We'll see.
Are we gonna be out there soon, or are we have some time?
Let's see.
So far, Bobcats 3 have had pretty much no games together, but since the last game, they've had some time to learn each other, learn how each other move, think, act. And I think that this game, they might be able to organize a pretty good defense against Phantom. But Phantom, we know, is really good at putting up that pressure, knowing when to not stop whenever it comes to these things, whenever it comes to not stopping against their opponents. So we'll have to wait and see how they do, and once everyone gets in here, we'll start the game. Thank you for tuning into AISD Esports, and thank you for giving this first stream of ours a chance. I've been working quite hard up here. I appreciate all the compliments that I've been getting from everyone at this tournament so far. They mean the world to me, and especially for being my first time, I think that's quite nice. Anyways, we got about 5 people in here. We'll wait for about 2 more, and once 2 more get in, then we'll go ahead and start. Thank you for watching AISD Esports. All right, we have almost everyone in here. We're waiting for AISD Palkia to join, and once we do join, and once he does join, we will begin this match between AISD Phantom and Bobcat 3. Again, as I said, Bobcat 3 kind of came off of a loss from last game, but hopefully that won't affect their head and get into their thinking process. But hopefully they're able to learn from their mistakes from the last game. Again, though, this might be a little difficult playing against the superior team of AISD. So, all right, we have all 7. Or no. Oh yeah. Okay, there you go. Let's begin this game now. Knocked over to the orange side by Fresh. Knocked out of the blue side by Unknown. Kind of messy gameplay coming out of Bobcat. Official Unknown starting to lead. Kind of trying to set up for his teammates. Bummies. Oni scores the first point within 30 seconds of the game into the Bobcats' net. Kind of guided it over that goalkeeper, allowing it to fly right over his head and straight into that goal. Oni now pushes it forward into the net. Palkia tries to block, almost fails. Goes up and over Palkia, making Unknown score the second point of this game within the first 40 seconds. This is not looking good for Bobcats right off the bat, but as we know, mid-game or even late-game changes and turnarounds can happen quite frequently. Oni starts to try to lead, but Zapdos begins to lead, and then Unknown starts to take control. Bummy starts to follow behind. Unknown setting up for some sort of game, maybe beginning to try to figure out when to goal or when to play goalie for a little bit. Zapdos tries to knock it in, and as I said, Unknown was preparing, so he blocked it. Now it's being led by Official into the orange area, into the corner. Pretty neutral game, and leading it over the goalkeeper. Fresh was not ready for that defense, so whenever Unknown came in, that was game. 3-0 in the first 2 minutes. Not bad at all. Zapdos starts to push forward into the blue area, blocked by Unknown. Zapdos starts to try to loop around to get control. Official keeps on leaning forward. Bummy starts to loop around. Or Unknown starts to loop around. Unknown scores the 4th point for AISD Phantom. This is looking awful for Bobcats right now. With 3:34 on the clock, can some sort of change happen to the Bobcats game to make them play a little bit better? Let's see. Push into the blue area. Bummy starts to push it out of the blue area into the orange area. Official Unknown comes up and nearly hits it, misses, and causes a whiff. Oni starts to lead it around, almost guides it into the net, but fails to set up properly. Unknown was about to hit, but it was blocked by Palkia. Fresh hits it up and out, fails to hit at the right angle to get it out of the area. He guides it into the blue sector. Oni starts to lead it out of the blue sector. Then Unknown grabs control, starts to guide it out. Bummy scores, finding that opening made for him by Official, and makes that goal. 5-0, 2:48 on the clock. This is a slaughter. Bummy pushes it forward into the orange area. Zapdos pushes it back out. Official unknown guides it out of the blue area. It starts to fly over naturally into the orange area, led by Oni. Bummy starts to try to grab control. Oni leads it up into the air. Starts to set up. Fresh blocks. Starts to bounce it on his head. Official gets it off of his head. Official unknown scores once more. The goalie unable to get up to the angle to block that. That whiff causing the sixth point to go towards AISD Phantom. 2:13 on the clock. Neutral gameplay so far. Official leads it into the orange area. Palkia tries to grab control, fails to. Oni leads it up, around. Bummies knocks it into the goal. 7th point for AISD Phantom, and nothing for the Bobcats. Bummy starts to knock it into the orange area. Fresh knocks it out of the orange area and tries to naturally lead it into the blue area, but Oni grabs control. Palkia knocks it back. Official unknown tries to get out of the area. Bummies knocks it out. Oni starts to watch. Official fly up. Oni starts to walk around. Palkia starts to watch from the back, kind of losing control over his car. Was on his head for a little bit. Oni flies up, hits the ball onto the air. They seem to be kind of waiting for a good time, maybe playing a little bit of control game with the ball. Unknown gets the 8th point. Official Unknown has been doing amazing this game with lining up his shot and making it happen. Always finding a way to, even though these blocks keep happening, he keeps on that consistent pressure. And that's something that AISD Phantom excels at. The fact that they are able to see whenever they're going to be like blocked from a goal and then have the other one hit it. But Fresh manages to get the first point for the Bobcats, but with a minute in, it may not be enough to get them this game back. Official starts to watch from the back. Oni starts to lead it forward. Zapdos starts to push it. Bummies tries to get it out of his area, but Zapdos lines up for his second shot on AISD Phantom's goal. They might be making a turn back, and that's the thing about Bobcat. Bobcat seems to be able to, over the course of a game, over the course of losing throughout a game, they seem to be able to read their opponent over time, seeing what kinds of things causes them to win so well. Bummy knocks it into the blue area, or into the orange area. Official Unknown tries to grab it. Hits off of the corner 2 times. Bummies tried to hit that, but failed. Palkia starts to guide it over to the blue side, knocked out of the way by Unknown into the orange side. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Bummy and Unknown seem to start kind of tossing around. Oni starts to follow. Palkia watches from the back. Oni starts to lead it up. Official sees that opening and gives the 9th points for AISD Phantom. This is 15 seconds left in the game. I don't know. I can't see anything extra happening. I can't see anything quite changing. Oni knocks it over into the orange area. 10 seconds. Bummies knocks it into the goal. 10th point for AISD Phantom. 10-2. 4 seconds left in this game. It's over. It's really, there's not much else to do. 4 seconds left. Most you can do is start watching the ball, man. With the ratio about a 5-to-1 ratio in that win, AISD Phantom wins that match with Official Unknown being marked MVP of that round. That is not surprising considering the fact that he kept on knowing exactly when to line up his shots, exactly when to hit, knowing how to hit, where to hit. Hold up. We had a disconnection on the Bobcat sector. I'm going to wait until we get them back in this match, and then I'll continue again. As I said, though, Phantom seems to be quite good whenever it comes to knowing when to block, when to wait around, kind of watching from the back, seeing openings, and taking them quite effectively, especially Unknown. He was doing almost all the work that game. So being able to see that happen is just, it's not surprising, really. But that's the thing, though, because Bobcat, they start to see what you're doing. They start to see little flaws in your gameplay, little movements that tend to go wrong. Just typical moments that you tend to have whenever it comes to trying to play. And that ends up working in AISD Phantom's favor. It's continued on. Let's continue this game. Unknown knocks it back into the orange area. Bummy starts to lead it forward. Bummy gets the first game within the first the first point within the first 5 seconds of this game. Just seeing that opening that Bobcat left up, Bummy saw it and he took it. No one can fault him for that. Bummy knocks it into the blue area. Nearly got a point right away from that, but it leads up on that corner. Oni starts to watch from an angle, seeing when to knock it in. Palkia fails to block, and Oni gets that second point for AISD Phantom within the first, I want to say that's 15 minutes or 15 seconds or so. Official Unknown tries to knock it into the orange area, but kind of, gets pretty even gameplay. They all hit at the same time, so not surprising. Fred starts to watch. Official Unknown seems to be trying to do a lot of stuff with it. Palkia and Unknown and all of them are getting kind of caught up with each other. Official Unknown scores the third point of this game. 3-0. Goes to show you exactly why they went to state. I mean, they are good at what they do. They've been good at what they do. It's quite impressive to see these guys play. And it shows you exactly why they're good and why they've gotten so high inside of their individual tournaments. Bummy starts to lead it forward into the orange area. Despite trying to get it out of their hands, it seems to be playing inside of Phantom's favor as they try to guide it in. Almost gets that point. But Fresh kind of knocks it out of that area. Official Unknown blocks their goal from getting got. Palkia starts to get it out of their control, but Bummy knocks it up into the air along their teammate to come around, get ready, and Unknown knocks it away from their setup and starts to guide it back over to the orange side. Bummy gets up. Blocked by Fresh. Whiffed by Palkia. Fresh pushes forward. Bummy knocks it out of the area and blocks his net. Palkia pushes forward again. Unknown blocks again. This defense is insane. They are always there ready to block and to make sure that nothing will stop them. Official Unknown continues to push forward and almost scores, but fails to hit that right angle. Bummy knocks it up into the air over the net, set up, and Oni takes it. 4-0, 2:50 on the clock. Game 2. It seems that the main determination of this game just seems to be experience with their teammates, and that's the issue that Bobcat has, is that they have pretty much no experience with each other. They don't really play together that well, and they haven't really played together at all. But Phantom has worked together before and worked long enough to get into state, having 5th point to Phantom. This is exactly what I mean. See? They have better teamwork, and Official and Bummies work together to get that goal. ASD Phantom has experience playing at a higher level than many other of these competitors, and I think the only thing that might be willing to stop them is NTO. But for now, Bobcat seems to have a horrible time trying to block as AISD Phantom gets the 6th point, 2:26 into the game. Bummies tries to knock it into the orange area, but Palkia stops that. Fresh tries to follow up, misses. Oni flies around. It's in the orange corner now. Official Unknown tries to line it up, fails to hit the right angle, starts to lead it up and over. We've seen this before. Their teammates are going to come in, and Bummies takes it and scores 7th point for AISD Phantom against the Bobcats. 2:04, game 2. Continues to show why AISD Phantom just seems to be a better game. Bobcat is good, and they have their skills, being able to read their opponents over time, but it doesn't matter against a team who knows each other and knows each other's flaws and is able to line up together. That's why, oh my god, did Zapdos accidentally just score for himself? You see that? Zapdos just kind of got it into himself. Okay. Well, thanks to Zapdos, AISD Phantom got their 8th point. 2 minutes left on the counter. Oni guides it into the orange area. Official Unknown continuing that lead. Young Fresh starts to lead it up and over. Official Unknown scores that point despite the goalie trying to do something. It's just not the right angle, not the right power. Just bumps off of his head, really. It doesn't even... Sorry, missed call. Seems like he just knocked it over his head. 1 minute 28 seconds into the game. 9 points for AISD Phantom. This seems to be just a points game to them. As they continue to score points against Bobcats, this has to be very, very demoralizing as AISD Phantom gets their 10th point with Bobcats having nothing to work with. This is the second game that Bobcats has worked for this. I think it might be good if they continue to try to figure out a way to work together at home. But without that previous experience with each other, unlike how Phantom does, that doesn't matter. So that ends up causing a game where it's all about experience, and the experience is heavily in AISD Phantom's favor. Young tries his best to get out of his area. Fresh starts to guide it over to Phantom's area, but Official blocks. Oni blocks again and starts to lead it over to the orange side. Zapdos knocks it out of the control. Fresh tries to lead it over, but fails to truly grab control as Official starts to lead the ball. Oni watches, waits for that lineup, and misses with hitting the bar. Palkia starts to watch from behind, looping around. Fresh washes. People are blowing up. 10 seconds left. 10-0. This will be AISD's Phantoms winning game. Good job, AIST Phantom. They continue to show why they work good as a team. They work well together. They've had experience with each other, unlike Bobcat 3, and that gives them the heavy advantage, meaning that AIST Phantom wins this round. Thank you for tuning to AISD Esports for your Rocket League entertainment. I will be back once I figure out which game is going to be next. It should be, I don't quite know, but I'll be right back once we determine that. Thank you for tuning in to AISD Esports. Welcome back to AISD Esports. We will be having the next game against Bobcat 2 and Bobcat 3. Now, this is happening because of the fact that so many Bobcat players wanted to play that they had to separate them into about 5 teams. So, they're all going to be playing. We have everyone, no, one just left. Oh, yep, everyone here. Okay, let's get this game started. Knocked over into the orange side. Palkia starts to try to take control over the ball. Fresh starts to push it over. Gets knocked out of his hands. Griff starts to push it forward, but that doesn't matter as Fresh kind of just lets it fly into the net because it seems like the defense wasn't able to get that quite right. So that's first point going to Bobcat 3. 30 seconds into the game. Everyone kind of hitting at once. Griff kind of lets it go over. ISD Zapdos pushes it away from the thing, from his net, but Kiki managed to make it go into the net despite that block. Clearly they're just like the last team, man. You score a point, or you block, and you block from one player, but another player comes up and does another hit towards the net, and that's game if you only have one defender on the net, unless if it's a perfect hit right off the rim by Griff. Fresh kind of loops around. Zombie tries to grab control. Griff pushes it away. Kiki loops around, pushes it towards the orange side. Fresh pushes it back to the blue side. Griff pushes it back, but stopped by Palkia, trying to make that goal, but failing. Zapdos goes around. Kiki pushes it towards the net, but fails. Second player failing to hit it, constantly hitting it off of the net. Fresh loops it around. Kiki whiffs. Zombie whiffs. Kiki pushes it up and starts to try to guide the ball, helped by Zombie. Zapdos fails to block. Palkia helps push it away from the net area. Kiki tries to get that hit, fails. Fresh starts to push it forward towards the next net, towards Bobcat 2's net. Zombie tried to do defense, failed, but hit off the wall, thankfully. Kiki starts to guide it forward. Blocked by Zapdos. Griff fails to make the hits. Kiki guides it over and pushes it into the net, leading to the second point for Bobcat 2. 2-1, 21 seconds into the second minute, or the second minute left of this game. We are seeing pretty even gameplay out of each of these teams. We gotta remember that they both really haven't played with each other that much at all. So they're figuring out team dynamics as we play. Coming up with new techniques, strategies, learning each other, and kind of overall learning how to do it. Kiki guiding the ball over a sleepy Fresh. Or, oh, no. Over a sleepy Zapdos. Okay. Missed all that. 3-1. AISD Zapdos pushes it into the blue. Griff pushes it back into the orange. Palkia starts to guide. Zombie knocks it off. Zapdos pushes it back into the blue. Kiki starts to guide the ball over. Fails to keep it. Zapdos punishes by trying to grab, but Griff saves. Fresh tries to defend, but fails as it naturally makes its course over to the net. 4-1 for Bobcat 2. 1 minute and 41 seconds left in the game. It seems like even though Bobcat 3 has more experience with each other, Bobcat 2 has better teamwork dynamics at play. Maybe they just play better together. Maybe they chose their teammates right. Whatever it is, it's leading to a better game or gameplay neutral overall. Fresh starts to push it over the blue. Zapdos blows up, a member of Bobcat 3. Fresh tries to guide it in, but blocked by Kiki. Zombie pushes it away. Palkia tries to grab control. Fresh failed to hit. Kiki starts to guide it over. Fails to hit at the wrong and hits at the wrong angle. 1 minute remaining. 4-1. Pretty neutral game in this corner. We notice that in this corner it tends to be, as I said, pretty neutral game as many teams are simply trying to get it out of the corner. Up and over. Kiki nearly hit that into the net. Griff failing to hit, blocked by Fresh. Kiki kind of watching, pushing it back. Allowing Griff to hit that nice setup. Griff whiffs that ball and fails to hit it into the net. Up and over. 10 seconds left. Palkia starts to follow from behind. Griff blocks them from moving any further. Blocked by Zapdos, or not blocked by Zapdos, but just naturally didn't fall over there. As Bobcat 2 wins this game and moves on to the next round against Bobcat 3. As we see, it's all about experience, but it's also about the ability to work together well. And it seems like Bobcat 2 has that in spades, which is something that Bobcat 3, as we've seen over these past 2 games, has had a lot of trouble with learning to work together, learning to work as a team towards the same goal, setups, executions, everything. Huh? Oh, Bobcat 3 2 members of Bobcat 3 disconnected. So we will be pausing the game for just a little bit until Bobcat 3 enters back into the game. Sorry for the constant issues with the connection for Bobcat 3. But to be fair, this is, the first time we're doing something like this. So I think you can give us a little bit of grace, right? As we see, though, experience, yes, is a good thing, but it seems not to be doing Bobcat well at all, as Bobcat 2 seems to be working better together, and it's about execution. It's about continuing to go forward. We're going to continue this game again. All members are connected. Zombie starts to lead forward into the orange, but Zapdos knocks it back. Griff keeps it out. Kiki pushes it forward into the orange. Fresh fails to gain control. Zombie knocks it up into the air. Palkia tries to block, fails. Fresh waiting to block. Kind of playing goalie for a little bit. Kiki misses over Fresh's head. Palkia knocks it out of Griff's control. Kiki continues to push forward. Pushed away from the orange's net. Fresh starts to move the ball over to the blue side. Gets exploded. As the ball moves over to Fresh and Palkia. Palkia tries to move it into an unadvantageous spot. Palkia starts to move forward with the ball. Kiki blocks further exploration. One of the guiders got exploded mid-guide. It hits off the rim. Failed point. Zombie tends to kind of just watch the ball for a little bit. I think he's having some issues figuring out how to bump into the ball. Kiki nearly makes the hit, but Fresh blocks. Zapdos starts to move forward with the ball, but whiffs to gain control. Fresh moves forward, flies over Fresh's head as Kiki scores the first point for Bobcat 2. Three minutes and 7 seconds left in this game. First point going to Bobcat 2. Let's see how this goes further. Zombie pushes it into the orange side, led by Kiki. Kiki scores again within the first few seconds. 2 points against Bobcat 3. 1 for Bobcat 2. 3 minutes and 4 seconds left in the game. It seems to be that it was a lack of defense leading to that. Griff pushes forward and he scores again because of inadequate goalie keeping. Third point for Bobcat 2 scored. Ball pushed into the orange by Griff. Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay, game crashed. Sorry about that, guys. You can hear everyone in the background kind of mad.
Go back and play off that screen.
The game doesn't crash.
Did everything just crash?
Yeah.
Yeah, his crash.
Okay, stop doing it. Oh wait, we're on YouTube. Oh, someone said go.
Yeah, the game area crashed.
I'm so bad. Here's what it was.
Wait till the game is go, right?
Hey, let's go. I'm so bad.
All right, let's get this started. Sorry about that, guys. We're gonna make it first to one, man.
Bro, you guys are carrying me, bro.
It's reaction time.
Where's just one when required? Where is there's just one when required? Yeah, okay. I don't think we can edit that need.
We can and then just start make a match.
Yeah, let's just make a match.
Yeah.
Maybe I can edit from there.
Set the times back how they were.
Yes, yeah. So just make the match and we can go in and admin and change it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad you
Yeah.
did.
Yes,
I ran
I
up
know.
here to tell.
All right, so we're making a new game, and are we resetting scores?
Yeah. We're gonna pause and set scores.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna reset the scores. So it's 0-0. Bobcat.
Oh, 3. Oh,
Oh,
it's 3-0.
3-0.
2 had 3. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 had 3.
Bobcat 2 had 3 points, and we have 3 minutes to play.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have these guys come back in. We're gonna give Bobcat 2 3 points in the beginning of this game, and then we'll continue the game. Let's wait for people to come in and start joining up. Palkia, I'm gonna need you to. Yeah, that's why we can't do that. That's why we can't do that, guys.
Alright. Spectate, escape, and pause it.
That's why we can't have that, guys. We need to wait until everyone is in to start doing it.
Match admin.
Yeah, 3.
Was it? Oh, I thought Bobcat 3 scored.
And then we're gonna go ahead and lower the time back to where they were.
Bobcat 2 had 3 points. Okay, now.
Let's wait until everyone is in.
They scored last year.
Then check restart for kickoff.
Maybe give him on that.
Yeah, we're just doing 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Restart. Because then the ball.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. And I'll just wait until everyone else is in here.
Everyone gets out.
Everyone's in, yeah.
I can see who is in because you see there, it'll show who's where. So they can join their teams if they want. They just need to all be in.
Yeah.
All right, now we have everyone in. Let's go and get this game started again. Back to where we were. Back to the time left and the points earned so far. Over in the orange side, Fresh kind of pops it off of his head. Griff takes the chance and tries to move it forward, but fails. Kiki accidentally knocks it back over into his own team's area. Melody setting up for something. Fresh knocks it out of Griff's hands. Kiki trying to push it forward. He starts to push it out of the orange area. And Kiki scores over the goalie's head, earning the 4th point for Bobcat 2. It's sad if you can't get that right angle and you end up whipping that defense, but that's just what's gonna happen. Pushed over into the blue side by Fresh, but knocked back by Griff. Griff pushes Palika back. Palkia lines up, tries to push it away. Zapdos starts to push it over to the blue team side. Kikiya knocks it off of his head. Zapdos knocks it out of Zombie's hands. Kikiya pushes it back to orange. Fresh knocks it back. Zombie tries to push it back, but fails. Griff starts to move it forward. Zombie starts to move it forward over into the orange area, but gets blocked by Fresh. They wait for the lineup. Griff tries to hit it, but but nearly hits the goal, but it knocks it off the bar. Zombie hits it on his head. Fresh begins to move it. Palkia starts to move it out of the way. Griff catches. Zapdos whiffs the ball. Zombie and Kiki try to make that final push. About a minute remaining. 4-0. 4 in the Bobcats' favor. This will be their game if Bobcats 3 don't manage to make that comeback. But they already made 1 point scored by Fresh. So this might be the comeback that is needed by Bobcat 3. And if they manage to get 3 more points after this, this will go into overtime. Palkia pushes it into the blue side. Fresh fails to keep on pushing it forward. Zombie waits. Kiki pushes it forward into the orange side. Kiki scores. 5th point for the Bobcats, or Bobcat 2 against Bobcat 3. 35 seconds left in the match. With under a minute left, 5 points in favor for Bobcat 2. I fail to see how this could go any better for Bobcat. For Bobcat because they need some sort of miracle to happen. So this will be about it's either going to be point scoring time to score for XP. Fresh scores another point for Bobcat 3. 18 seconds left. Five to 18 seconds. Pretty neutral game. Go naturally drifts over into the blue side. Kiki moves it forward into orange. Kiki scores 6th point for Bobcat to 9 seconds left. Griff pushes it forward. Kiki starts to guide it over. 5 seconds left. And that's game. Bobcat 2 wins this game. That will be all.
Alright. 3, y'all stay here. We're gonna get NTO to play y'all.
All right, now we'll be grabbing NTO for their game against, I don't know. Maybe Bobcat 2.
We're just gonna go top down. So 3 is gonna play NTO.
I will wait until I get the game. With about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 games left, we have moved to elimination. This part of the bracket is the most dangerous for for any team, because this will be the determination of whether or not they have the chance to win this tournament and take home the trophy prize for their school. So far, Bobcat 2 has been showing some pretty good efforts against Bobcat 3. Bobcat 3 will be playing against NTO. Let's see who takes home this trophy prize today. All right. We are now back to the game. We are now at the elimination sector of the game. Hold on, let me type this in real quick. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. It keeps on muting me. Anyways, this is the elimination bracket against each team. Whoever loses now will be permanently marked out of this tournament and will not be taking home the trophy prize. And whoever wins will be continuing on to the next game until we get to the finals. Despite some setbacks for certain teams, despite inexperience out of many of these teams, I want to congratulate everyone because no matter what, this was a first for everyone except for Phantom or anyone in AISD esports. This was a first for a lot of people, and a lot of these were from rural areas who weren't able to work together. So, on behalf of me as a commentator and of Atems, I want to say good job to everyone who showed up and played their heart out. and will continue to play their heart out until they take home this trophy prize. I will come back once everyone else is in for this game. We are waiting for some people to get past the tutorial again, and once we're done, we will get it going. People are beginning to flood in, and hold on, I need to, real quick, is everyone in yet? I don't think so. There you go, now everyone is in. Let's go ahead and get this game against NCO and Bobcat 3. Bobcat 3 had an amazing game last game. So they're riding off of that high, but as we know, NCO is a legendary team who has led the beginning of this tournament so far and proved themselves as amazing opposition against any team that they played against. Members of AIST, we're even scared of NCO, which they're going to be playing against eventually. Blocked by KWR, whiffed by Zapdos. Arrow begins to lead it over to the orange side, blocked by, I don't know who that was. Amphi pushing it, Fresh blocking it and moving it over to the blue side. Arrow begins to move it forward, pushed away by Fresh. KWR loops around as Amphi begins to try to guide the ball forward. KWR was waiting for that setup, and that's what we know. NCO is amazing at is preparing for those situations, setting it up for their teammates, and guiding it just like they did right now. Amphi scoring the first point for NCO 3 minutes and 48 seconds into this game. as we saw, amazing setup leading to excellent execution. That is what NCO always strives at whenever it comes to these tournaments and comes to this game. Led over by Fresh. KUR grabs the ball, moves it off the corner, starts to move in front, and as Bobcat 3 starts to move it forward, Arrow tries to block. Fresh continues to push it over, catched by KWR. Zapdos starts to fly around. Fresh pushes it back over to the blue side. KWR pushes it up. Starts to get it back over to the orange side. Fresh catches. Starts to fly over. Fresh moves it out of the way. Arrow moves it up into the air. Amphi begins to move around, preparing for his next move. KWR continues to guide it. Arrow following through with his teammates set up, earning the second point for NTO 2 minutes and 55 seconds into this game against Bobcat 3. KWR pushes it into the orange side. Zapdos moves around as Fresh begins to move it forward. Amphi catching it, moving it around a little bit, but Zapdos makes some first major move against it. Fresh moves it forward into the blue side. Palkia grabs the ball and begins to try to guide it into the blue side, but with minimal grip control over his car, flipping upside down sometimes. It's hard for him to guide it. Arrow pushes the ball over, nearly hits the goal, but Amphi misses that final push. Hits off the rim by KWR. Arrow begins to move it around. KWR preparing, misses. Moves over. Amphi continues to try to set up for his teammates. Arrow begins to move forward. Misses. Arrow continues and scores 3-0, 206. We see that NTO is excellent and they have their teamwork down to a science whenever it comes to working together, setting up and moving forward whenever it comes to their gameplay. Amphi guiding it over on the orange side, Fresh moving it away, pushing it back to the orange side with the help of Zapdos, whiffing, I guess. KWR moving it back over to the orange. Arrow making the final push, scoring another point for an NTO. 4-0, 150 left in the match as they continue to dominate against Bobcat 3 in this first game of the first round of the elimination. KUR knocks it up into the air. Arrow begins to follow. Amphi begins to move it forward and around. Palkia fails to block, meaning Amphi scores the 5th point against Bobcats 3 for NTO, 1 minute and 37 seconds into the game. Knocked into the blue side by Fresh. Pushed over by KWR. Arrow begins to move it forward. Zapdos comes up, whips the ball as Arrow continues to move it forward. Arrow scores 6th point for Bobcat 3 with the help of Bobcat's own teammates not managing to be able to goalie properly, probably distracted with other teammates who are in that area. 1 minute and 23 seconds into this game. 6 points in favor of NCO. Neutral game so far, pushed forward into the blue side by Fresh, knocked into the air by Arrow. Zapdos whips as Amphi continues to push forward. Fresh tries to move forward, but Arrow knocks it back. Palika whiffs. Zapdos pushes it up into the air. Amphi hits it almost into the goal, but blocked by Palkia. Right in front of the thing. Right in front of the goal. KWR fails to make that final hit, hitting it at just the wrong angle. Amphi continuing to try to hit. Zapdos moving around. preparing to try to take control, but KWR is faster, scoring the 7th point for NCO. 40 seconds left on the clock against Bobcat 3 on this first game of this round of elimination. KWR pushes it into the orange side. Zapdos failing to take control of it. ANFW, or no, not WY, tries to move it forward, but Arrow knocks it into the bracket, or not into the bracket, into the goal for the 8th time. 30 seconds left on the clock, 8-0. NTO will probably be taking this first game for themselves on this round of the elimination bracket. But as we know, Bobcat is excellent with learning their opponents and adapting their strategy against them over time, meaning that Bobcat could be making a return against it. But for now, Anfi scores another point for NCO. 9-0, 17 seconds left in the game, as Fresh Shores failed to goalie properly against 2 of NCO's members. Pretty sure that was a losing battle right there. Fresh moves it into the blue side and scores the first game for Bobcat, or scores the first point for Bobcat 3 against NCO, but it's 9-1. It's a bit too late for the comeback, considering there were 14 seconds left in the game. That's just not enough time to make a major play or comeback whenever it comes to this game. KWR knocks it up into the air. Arrow tries to push forward, but Fresh knocks it out of his grasp. Anfi and Fresh battle with the ball. Fresh and Zapdos gain control. Fresh moves it forward, but that will be a game once it actually closes out. There you go. First game of this round going to NTO, 9-1. Good job. We've seen that NTO is amazing whenever it comes to setting up a play and following through with it at all times. This means that against a player like Bobcat, or against players like Bobcat's team, it's all about trying to learn their opponent, because it's very simple, set up and follow through. But the fact that it is simple makes it very hard to work against whenever you're going against a team like NCO, who is so expertly moving around with this ball. Anfi almost scoring the point, but he does with the inadequate goaling of Bobcat 3, scoring the first point for NCO in the second game of this round of elimination. Arrow pushes it into the orange side, flies up. Bobcat waits to take control. Zapdos starts to lead, knocked out by KWR, almost hit into the goal by Arrow, but blocked by Fresh and Zapdos. KWR starts to move it back over to the orange side, pushed, sets it up, and KWR follows through with the setup, scoring the second point for NTO 4 minutes and 22 seconds into the second game of this round of elimination. Bobcat is not learning fast enough to be able to effectively play against NTO in this bracket. Loose ball as Arrow gains control over the ball in the orange side, starts to bounce it off the wall. Fresh tries to take control, fails as Arrow expertly moves it out of his hands. Anfi moving around, knocking it up into the air. KWR preparing for his setup. Knocked out of the setup by Fresh, but KWR continues to try to push forward with his teammate's setup, but failing as 2 of his team members manage to miss the ball against the rim of the net. KWR pushes it forward, hits off the back wall. Arrow flawlessly fills out that final push as it's 3-0, 3 minutes and 38 seconds into this game. Both teams anxiously wait to go. AIST and Arrow meet in the middle, making it a neutral game in the beginning. Anfi begins to lead it forward, setting up for his teammates. Anfi single-handedly takes it to the net and scores for his team 4-0. 3 minutes and 29 seconds left on the clock. Flies it over the goalie and hits. It seems like, in my opinion, the main name of the game is staying calm whenever it comes to these kinds of situations, because NTO is able to stay calm, think of a plan, and set it into action for their teammates, while Bobcat anxiously tries to fly around their teammates and tries to do something, anything with the ball to work against NTO, but that made KWR able to score his 5th point against Bobcat 3. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock. KWR pushes it into the orange sector. KWR starts to lead with the ball. Gets knocked out of the way by Fresh. Arrow pushes it back to the orange. Zapdos tries to push back, but misses. Fresh knocks it out of Arrow's hands. KWR pushes it back over to where he wants it to be set up. Arrow scores! Following through with the setup with his teammate. 6th point against Bobcat 3. 6-0, 2 minutes and 52 seconds into the game. This might be in NTO's favor and might be in the bag as their win for this round of elimination. Because, as we said, NTO is good at setting up with a very basic strategy of having it set up for their teammates in the air before they start pushing it into the goal. Bobcat 3 may have all right defense and pretty good offense at times, but that doesn't matter whenever you don't set up properly and you all are anxiously trying to hit the ball. KWR blocks it from the net. Passes it over to Anfi as he starts to pass it over to the orange side, dodging and weaving around all other teammates who are trying to push it back on from Bobcat 3, scoring the 7th point for NTO 2 minutes and 12 seconds into the game. As I said, setup and execution, the staple of NTO's gameplay. Neutral gameplay right off the bat, but Arrow pushes it forward, and KWR flawlessly goes over the goalie, scoring the 8th point in NTO's favor. Can they get to 10-0 before it's a minute and 30 in? A minute and 30 left? Fresh pushes it forward, but Arrow knocks it back over to the orange side. Anfi goes up and tries to set up, but none of his teammates are ready. Fresh begins to move it back over to the blue side. Zapdos begins to gain control. Arrow whiffs. Pretty neutral gameplay as Bobcat 3 struggles to stay on their tires. Anfi guides it right into the net, making their 9th point against Bobcat 3, 9-0 in favor of NTO. NTO continues to show themselves as an adequate and capable fighting force against any team with their flawless teamwork, excellent execution, preparation, and timing whenever it comes to their teammates. Zapdos messes up their preparation. KWR knocks it back over to the orange side. Arrow tries to make it in, fails. Palinka and Anfi begin to fight over the ball. Fresh knocks it up into the air. Anfi catches, knocks it over to the orange side, gets it out of the orange side's net. Anfi tries to go for the hit, wrong angle, but followed by KWR, scores the 10th points for NTO against Bobcat 3, 10-0. Almost 1 minute left in this game. This might be a flawless victory against against Bobcat 3. Effortless, truly. 1 minute left. Knocked into the air, guided by Anfi. Fresh knocks it back over to the blue side. Arrow knocks it back out of the blue side, or tries to at least, but cannot get a good setup. ASD Zapdos begins to move around. KDBR moves around, sets up, moves it away from it, moves it away from the goal, guides it into the orange, begins to try to guide it in, but blocked by Palika. Arrow knocks it up against the wall, sets up, and misses as Fresh moves it out of the way. 19 seconds. Amphi begins to follow the ball. KWR knocking it into preparation for Amphi. Fresh begins to guide it to the net. Hits off the rim. Zapdos begins to move around. Fresh whiffs. And that is second game in this round, giving the victory of this round to NTO against Bobcat 3, taking Bobcat 3 out of this tournament. Thank you for playing, and NTO will move on to the next bracket. Our next game will be against Abilene Shadow and Brooke Smith.
That's not over. We're gonna Phantom Varsity versus Bearcats.
Phantom Varsity versus Bearcats.
Okay. It's against Phantom Varsity and Bearcats?
Yes.
Okay. This next game will be against Phantom Varsity and Bearcats. Phantom is, remember, the team that went to state for our school here at Atems on behalf of AISD. They have shown themselves to be an effortless fighting force against all forces. Let me go set this up real quick. Bearcats against Phantom. Let me go and continue to mess around with these things real quick, moving these things over to the proper areas. It's Doctor. Gotcha. Okay, we are set up. Let's go ahead and create this match for these guys to work well against each other. We know that Bearcats has had experience working with each other, and this will be against AISD Phantom, making Phantom a little bit more experienced, especially whenever it comes to tournament knowledge. But Bearcats has been working with each other for a while. So honestly, it's up in the air to see who may play against each other well whenever it comes to the Bearcats versus AISD Phantom. Phantom has, as I said, they've been to state at, under, I believe it was Vanta. They worked quite well. They got quite far. Were played out by some pretty big teams, but they have experience playing against very upper tier teams whenever it comes to these moments. And Bearcats have been playing for each other for a while, and they've even played against some of Abilene ISD's own people whenever it comes to experience. So it's up in the air whenever it comes to who may win whenever it comes to the Bearcats and Abilene ISD Phantom. I'm catching my pick for who may win as Phantom, though, because of their higher experience whenever it comes to tournament level play, and because they've been working with each other on a professional level, on a tournament level, more with each other than they have with anyone else. Thank you for tuning into AISD Esports. And big thanks again to Taylor Telecom for sponsoring this event, giving us jerseys, giving us food, and I believe transport to the different rural teams who came here. So on behalf of Atems, once again, thank you, Taylor Telecom. Anyways, I will come back once everyone is in their stations and once they're all ready to begin their play. Welcome to AISD Esports. Everyone here is in the game, so let's go ahead and get this started, guys. This is Bearcats against AISD Phantom. As we know, AISD Phantom, as I said, has previous experience, and I already bet my pick that they were going to win. Into the blue side, led by Official Unknown, taken over by Caden, led back by Oni. Z-Boss kind of protects it. Bummies comes up from the bottom. Oni blocks. Almost hit with everyone else trying to get it in. Official leads it out. Begins to get it back over to the blue side. Kind of slightly guiding it back in, but blocked from the bottom by Royal. Z-Boss tosses it up over to the orange side. Caden misses. Official gains control over the ball and begins to lead it back over the blue side. Struggling to move the ball forward. Oni pushes it into the blue side a bit more. Royal knocks it up. Official Unknown pushes it back into the blue side. Caden putting in amazing defense so far. Caden begins to lead it over. Nearly scores, but hit by the wall. Bummy starts to knock it over back to the blue side. Tossing over to the other side. Caden gains control of the ball. Begins to get it over to the orange side. Official Unknown knocks it out of the way. Official Unknown begins to get it back over to the blue side once more. Bearcats moves it out of the way, up and out. Oni begins to move it back to the blue side. Royal Revival begins to put it back up. Z-Boss pushes it in. Official pushes it out. It's Caden pushes it to the middle. Z-Boss whiffs that hit. Pushes it up. Preparing for Royal Revival to take it. A Royal Revival gets exploded. Caden moves forward, tries to hit. Z-Boss takes it from the corner up. Oni begins to take control of it. Caden flies in. Bummy flies, or makes it fly over the whole team. Oni whips the ball. Unknown leans it up. Over. Z-Boss misses. Royal Revival gets it away from their goal. Oni sets it up and around in their area. Z-Boss continues to try to move it forward into the orange sector. Oni leads it forward. Bummies moves it up. Z-Boss, or Caden moves it over. Official Unknown taking it. Sitting up in front of the goal. And Oni now scores the first point for AISD Phantom in this game, 2 minutes into the match. Into this game of this round of elimination, scoring the first point of this round. Official Unknown guides it up. Z-Boss knocks it up into the air, out of their hands. Oni tries to push it forward, but gets pushed out by Royal. Unknown moves it forward. Oni hits off the bar. Mummy knocks it up into the air. Jack Z-Boss begins to lead with Royal. It gets knocked over to Caden. Oni begins to lead over to the blue side. Caden knocks it off his head. Hits off the wall. Oni hits it up. And Oni scores the second point against Bearcats for AISD Phantom. Neutral game so far, led in by Official Unknown. Official Unknown scores that open goal for AISD Phantom against the Bearcats, scoring the third point against the Bearcats. with about minute and 25 seconds left in the game, this might be looking entirely for AISD Phantom's favor. As I said, they have better experience knowing when to look for those openings. Because yes, Bearcats may have good setups, may have good experience with each other, might have good follow through, but AISD Phantom knows when to look out for those small little bits and guide it away from certain areas, knows when to exploit advantages, knows what to look for whenever it comes to openings. C-Boss moves it over to the orange side, gets knocked back by Official Unknown. 1 minute remaining, 0-3. Bummies knocks it up. Over towards the blue, sets up. Bummies scores 4th point for AISD Phantom. 50 seconds left on the clock. 4-0. Mind you, this score may look like it's playing out heavily in the Phantom's favor, and it is, but that doesn't mean that Bearcats isn't putting up one heck of a fight while doing so. Bummies begins to move it forward into the blue zone, but Zach Boss moves it back into the orange. Led by Unknown into the blue, but next gets knocked back. It's Caden, follows. Begins to lead the ball around this corner, trying to ease it out of that dead zone. 30 seconds remaining. Official Unknown knocks it up, and Official Unknown leads that ball into this 5th point for AISD Phantom. 24 seconds left on the clock. Official Unknown leads it and scores right off the bat. 6th point for AISD Phantom because Bearcats had bad defense going on. Their defense was already moving way out of the way. It was not fast enough. Well, not fast enough to play against the absolute wicked offense that AISD Phantom has. Official Unknown moves forward, moves middle. Jackbox moves it into the orange side. Official Unknown prepared. Begins to lead it over. It's Kaden knocking it back. Z-Boss gains control of it. Bummies knocks it back over to the blue. Royal Revival. Seems like they're all slowing down as they know it's time. Last point of the game. That's first game won by AISD Phantom for this round of elimination against the Bearcats. As I said, AISD Phantom has more experience with each other and more experience whenever it comes to a tournament environment. What to look forward to, what to look for, what to exploit, what the openings may be against their opponents tends to be the pretty common choice whenever it comes to AISD Phantom looking towards potential advantages, points to earn, and whatnot. Let's go and get this second game started. Bearcats versus AISD Phantom. 1 point in favor for AISD Phantom. Gets knocked over to the orange side. Bummies knocks it back over to the orange. Jack whiffs. Bummies knocks it over. Oni almost scores. Knocked out of the way. Kaden follows the ball. Begins to guide it into the orange side. Bummy knocks it up and over. Official Unknown whiffs the ball. Jack Z-Boss begins to lead the ball over. Bummies knocks it in, taking advantage of that opening and scoring the first point of this game for AISD Phantom once more. Official Unknown knocks it over to the blue side and begins to lead it over, much to the disappointment of whoever is trying to block it back. Oni knocks it over. Mummies fails to follow through with the setup that was given by Oni. Official Unknown begins to lead it over, but gets blocked by Kaden. Jackbox moves it up into the air. Pretty initial gameplay. Oni regains control of the ball, but gets lost by Kaden as he moves it to the middle. Bummies tries to gain control. Z-Boss almost hits and gains control, but misses. Roller goes up and fails to block Official Unknown's setup and success, earning the second point for AISD Phantom 3 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. 2-0 in favor of AISD Phantom. It's Kaden knocks it over to the orange side. And keeps on putting on the pressure, keeping it on the orange side. Jack Boss moves it up and over the two teammates. Royal Revival moves forward. Official Unknown moves towards, leading the ball over to the blue side. Z-Boss and Royal Revival are prepared. Gets blocked by Royal. Oni now moves it up, over, down, and Jack Boss begins to move it over to the orange side. Gets blocked by Bummies. Oni moves it to the right side. Kaden moves forward. Jack Boss begins to move it forward. Oni following. Official knocks it out of the blues, out of the orange side, or begins to move it out of the orange side, then officially moving to the orange side as it begins to follow the ball and lead the ball over. Z-Boss takes control of the ball, leading it back, blocked out of the way by Yummies. Oni moving forward, up, around, it's Kaden scores the first point for Bearcats this game. 1-2 against in favor for AISD Phantom against Bearcats. 2 minutes and about 40 seconds left on the clock. B Yummies moves it over to the blue side. Oni moves it away, blocks. Oni begins to leave. Royal knocks it up into the air. Official Unknown failing the lead. Then begins to lead successfully following the ball. It's Kaden. Tries to stop, but fails, and it gets knocked into the point score by B Yummies. You see, he tried to kind of move and block, but unfortunately, with the minimal movement out of its cadence, B Yummies was able to move it into the net pretty flawlessly. Oni moves it over to the blue side. Z-Boss catches it, moves it up. Official Unknown begins to eye the ball. B Yummies moves as Royal begins to lead. Oni moves perfectly, seeing that opening and getting the fourth point for AISD Phantom 2 minutes into the game. As I said, if you're not careful, AISD Phantom will be seeing your vulnerabilities and will be exploiting them whenever it comes time, whenever they have an opening and they're properly moved. River moves it into the orange side, but gets knocked back over. Jack Boss begins to try to move, leading it over to Kaden. B Yummies tries to block the ball from being in control of its Kaden. Official Unknown begins to move it up. Begins to lead it. Z-Boss gains control, gets knocked out of the way by its Kaden. Oni now tries to get control, but whiffs. B Yummies moves it back over to the blue. Royal River sets the ball up. Fails to keep it set up. B Yummies moves it back over to the blue side. Z-Boss follows, moves it up and out of the way. Official Unknown taking it seems to be a farther advantage approach, waiting for his turn, as seen there. B Yummy is following with the ball, getting knocked out of the way by its Kaden into the air. 1 minute remaining, 4 points in favor of AISD Phantom, 1 point in favor of the Bearcats. 3 points have to be earned by the Bearcats before we can go into overtime, or else this game will be going, and this round will be going to AISD Phantom. Jack Boss moves around. Roll River fails to hit it, but helped out by its Kaden. Roll River tries to block, fails. Jack Boss moves it in and out of the way. Gets moved out of the way by Unknown. And Oni scores the 5th point with the assist from, I believe it was Oni. Or no, it was by Official. fifth point in favor of AISD Phantom, 1 point in favor of Bearcats. 0:25 left in the game. B Yummies moves forward into the blue side, blocked by It's Caden. It's Caden begins to lead it over. Official begins to move. Oni catches the ball and begins to move it out of the way. Jackbox fails to gain control of it. 10 seconds left. Official begins to move it out. Z-Boss blocks the movement, but fails. Revival makes a full block. And that is game. And that round win goes to AISD Phantom, winning them this round of the elimination bracket and allowing them to move forward as the Bearcats are slashed out of the tournament and are no longer allowed to play. Doesn't mean the Bearcats were bad, because they put up amazing defense sometimes and they were able to kind of learn AISD. But unfortunately, Phantom moved quicker, was able to exploit more out of the opposing team, and made that win. Thank you for tuning to AISD Esports. Remember, we will be playing games of Super Smash Bros. Every Thursday after this tournament, and that will be throughout the school year. I will come back once I figure out who is playing next in this next round of the elimination bracket. Thank you for tuning in. Special thanks to Taylor Telecom, and thank you for joining AISD with Esports. We are back in this match. The first time I'm seeing Bearcats 4, and they will be playing against AISD Phantom. They just got done winning the last match. They're coming down probably from that high, being able to win against Bearcats, an oppressive foe. But it's Bearcats Force, a team who hasn't really played together at all, gonna be able to go against a team with tournament experience, with previous experience, with a lot of interplay practice whenever it comes to knowing their team members, and knowing how it's like to work with each other. I'm guessing, once more, AISD Phantom, not biased, just because of the previous tournament experience. It does take them a long way whenever it comes to these games. But you gotta remember that after this point, all these teams that have competed today will too have tournament experience whenever it comes to this game. And as we begin to move later into this, it turns out to be around almost 7-hour stream, the biggest toll being taken upon anyone here inside of this room has to be fatigue, because this is 8 hours of playing. These guys have begun since about 8:30 in the morning. And they have gone up into about 4 p.m. They have taken up a full school day plus some just playing Rocket League, and that kind of fatigue, it can set in for a lot of people. I don't know how they play at home. I don't know how long they play at home. But I know for me personally, I'm already feeling fatigued myself, being commentary for this long. So seeing how these guys will work against each other will be interesting. And considering the fact that I haven't seen Bobcats 4 yet, I don't quite know how these guys actually play. These guys might be bad, might be good. Who knows? I'm feeling that these guys, I mean, they got past another Bobcats team, so they might be pretty good. Might be the better of the Bobcats, but against something like AISD Phantom, you have to be the best at what you do. So we're gonna see how that turns out for AISD Phantom.
This is the semifinals. This is the semifinals.
And this will be the semifinals of this bracket. Hopefully, we can get the finals on live. That's what. Sorry about that. It mutes randomly. I don't know why, but anyways, that is gonna be the semifinal. This is gonna be the semifinals, and then soon we'll be having the finals here on live. So we've come a long way. A lot of battles being fought over this final spot. But this will be the final battle fought over the final two spots in the finals and the semifinals. AISD Phantom against the Bearcats. Man, it's been a long day, but quite a fulfilling day too. And I imagine for each team who has had the chance to come all the way out here just for some games, no matter what, if they win or lose, I want each and every single team to be proud of themselves for managing to make it this far out, going this far for their game, and in choosing to play no matter what.
This guy is such a loser. He's more levels. I'm sorry, Nevis. Actually, no, that's not your bad.
Anyways, I will be coming back once once the Bobcats win their or finished up their tutorials. Thank you for tuning to AISD Esports with me, Trigger, your host, and thank you for sticking around. All right, we are ready for this match against Bobcats 4 and Phantom AISD, the varsity team of Atems. Pushed into the middle by both teams. Up, official leads it, but gets knocked back by Bumpy Wolf. We see the excellent coordination of AISD Phantom. Wolf hits it up. Official takes control of it. Wolf takes control away from him. Official now knocks it up in the air. AISD Moltres holds it up. Bummy's leads. Knocks it up. Prepares. Only misses that preparation. Moltres holds it up in the air. Official unknown knocks it over. Starts to lead it around. Tries to set up for his teammates. Failed execution by Bummy. Bumpy leads it over. Official leads it over to the mid. Gets knocked up by Bumpy Wolf. Bummy almost hits, but whiffs. Bumpy goes up, leads it over to the orange score, and Bumpy scores the first round against AISD Phantom. This is crazy considering the fact that AISD Phantom has much more experience than all of Bobcats, but maybe Bobcats has that natural talent that may be needed against something like as good as AISD Phantom. Gets led over. Another point scored by Bumpy Wolf, enabled by the poor goalkeeping of AISD Phantom, giving the second point to Bobcats 4. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left in the game. But Wolf puts it forward. Gets led up by by Yummies. Yummies misses. A bunch of whiffs happening right now. Only bounces off the wall. Official knocks it up in the air. Bumpy Wolf tries to get control. Gets control. Only tries to grab, but fails. Bumpy Wolf continues to stay glued to the ball like glue. Yeah, wow, shocker. Glued to the ball like glue. I'm sorry, guys. Knocked out by Oni. Controlled by Bumpy Wolf. Led over to the orange side. Fighting with Oni over control. Bummy's knocks AISD Moltres out of the area. Official unknown tries to grab control and does grab control. Bummy catches the ball, gets knocked out of his way by a member of Bobcats 4. Gets knocked up and out of control and into the control of Bumpy. Official unknown knocks it out of the area and begins to lead it over to the blue side. Sets up, misses on the bar. Official comes back for a second round. Leads up and over. Bumpy Wolf knocks it away. Bumpy knocks it out of AIT Moltres' control. The Wolf guides it over to the orange, and Bumpy Wolf scores third point against ISD Phantom. What is going on? These guys have barely played, and Bumpy Wolf seems to be practically carrying his team, but that's not saying that they don't do anything, because they all help set up equally across the board. About a minute and 49 seconds left in the game. 3-0 against AISD Phantom, led over by Official Unknown, but gets knocked out of the way by Bumpy Wolf. And AISD Zapdos helps out Bumpy and follows through, taking a page out of NCO's book, and going up with that setup and follow through. Makes it 4-0 against AISD Phantom for Bobcats. Neutral game up. Pushed by official unknown, caught by Bumpy. Bump heads on official and Bumpy. Moltres pushes it up. Oni catches, assisted by his teammates, up and over. Oni comes around, tries to catch. Official unknown comes around, pushes it out. Bumpy moves it over to the orange side. Yummies moves it over to the blue. Back and forth gameplay. Official unknown scoring the first point in AISD Phantom favor, but this is a minute left in the game. 3 points need to be made by AISD Phantom. It is up in the air if they're going to be able to make that comeback necessary to win, to either push us into overtime or maybe win this game. Pushed over to the blue by official unknown. But Wolf leads it back up and over to the orange side. Catches it, and Bumpy Wolf scores the 5th point against AISD Phantom. 0 minutes and 48 seconds left on the clock. Oni knocks it over to the blue side, caught by Moltres, but he whiffs out. Oni begins to lead. Official failing to follow through with that setup. Bumpy Wolf guides it over, and it scores with the help of Zapdos, giving Bobcats its 6th point against AISD Phantom. It seems like Bumpy Wolf might be the head mantra whenever it comes to coming up with the ideas and making them follow through and showing his teammates what to do next. Because it seems like, off the bar by Bumpy Wolf. 30 seconds remaining, 6-1. Official unknown guiding it over to the blue side. Kind of guiding it over, but being blocked by Bumpy Wolf. ISD Moltres begins to try to push, but gets blocked by Bumpy's. Or by Yummies. Bumpy Wolf tries to grab. Yummies pushes it out of his way. Official unknown holds it up. Gets knocked back by his teammate. Bobcats 4 gets the first win, or gets the first game win of this round of elimination against AISD Phantom. That is impressive. It seems like, in my opinion, the main determining factor of this win was the fact that Wolfie seems to be really good at seeing what he needs to do, seeing where the holes are in AISD Phantom's defense, and knowing when to move the ball over to that area. But first point gets scored by official unknown within the first 2 seconds of the game for AISD Phantom. They were mad that they lost that one game, and they are ready to pull it back in their favor this game of this round of elimination against the Bobcats 4. Oni knocks it up, leads it over to the blue side. Bumpy Wolf blocks it from the goal, knocks it over Oni, and begins to guide it over to orange. Gets blocked by by Yummies. Yummies knocks it up against the wall. Oni tries to lead. Official takes it. Bumpy Wolf knocks it back out. Bumpy playing up great defense against AISD Phantom. Oni now leads it to the blue side. Bumpy Wolf catches and stops their momentum. AISD Moltres begins to try to lead with the help of official unknown, but in control of official unknown means that they're trying to set up for another play. Oni tries to lead it over, but gets blocked by Bumpy Wolf. ISD Moltres comes in. Bumpy Wolf comes around, whiffs, but gets assisted by Zapdos. Zapdos comes around. Oni fails to do much impact as Bumpy helps push it up against. the other team and tries to continue to push it over to the orange side, but they're having a bad time trying to get the ball out of the blue area. But with the 1 point in favor of AISD Phantom, if they don't get it out of there soon, then this will become a game of attrition, which we know AISD Phantom is willing to play with any team. They may be focusing purely on defense so that they can make sure that they can take this game home by only time 1-0. Official Unknown leads close to the blue area, gets knocked out by Bumpy. Bumpy knocks it over to the orange side, gets pushed back by Oni. ASD Moltres pushes it back. Pretty much back and forth in the cross middle section. Yummies pushes it up. Pushed back by, or whiffs by Moltres. Bumpy Wolf tries to push it back, but gets pushed seriously hard by Official. And B Yummies makes the second point for AISD Phantom 2 minutes and 45 seconds into this game. Official Unknown knocks it into the blue area. B Yummies pushes it up close to the blue area. Bumpy leads it back over and guides it in. Oni failed to block, giving Bumpy Wolf the first point that the Bobcats win, Bobcats 4 win of this game. Maybe we'll see Bobcats begin to make their comeback as Wolfie begins to learn his opponents. ASD Moltres pushes it over to the orange side. BMEs blows up a member of AISD, or not AISD, Bobcats. That moves it back over to the orange side. BMEs pushes it away. Official begins to bump back. Moltres has excellent game following that ball and making sure that he can try to push it back. Zapdos leaves up and over. Pretty even game whenever it comes to control. Official Unknown tries to lead up and begins the preparations for his next point, but gets blocked by Zapdos. Official Unknown knocks it off onto the head of Zapdos. Zapdos gets blown up by Official Unknown. Yummies knocks it up, or fails to knock it up into the air. As Team Ultras begins to try to gain control, Yummies fails to get back control. Zapdos fails to block. Bumpy begins to lead it over to the orange side, unprotected. And that's his bread and butter. Seeing whenever you fail at being a proper goalkeeper, giving an even game, 1 minute and 28 seconds into this game of this round of elimination. Not in favor of everyone, it's anyone's game. BME knocks it up. Over Zapdos knocks it up. BME knocks it forward, or Bumpy Wolf. Oni holds it up, watches it as Official Unknown begins to lead it over to the blue side. Bumpy Wolf has excellent eye for defense, knows whenever they're going to try to come around with that kind of play, knocks it up over, and begins to try to get it over to the orange side, but gets blocked by Yummy. IC Moltres holds up, knocks it over another player's head. Minute left. 2-2 might go into overtime if AISD Phantom or Bobcats doesn't make a move. B Yummies continues to try to gain control. Bumpy moves it over. Official Unknown tries to get control, but blocks. Only Unknowns begins to guide over to the blue side. Bumpy Wolf failing to block, giving Official Unknown the score. If Bobcats 4 doesn't win a point within the next 30 seconds, then Bobcats will be playing another game against AISD Phantom. Knocked over to the orange side, 30 seconds remaining. Oni holds it up, gets bumper shot. Bumpy Wolf fails to knock it in. ASD Moltres tries to get it back up in the air. Official Unknown takes it back to the blue side. Bumpy Wolf fails to get control. Helped out by Moltres. Gets knocked up in the air, helped by Moltres to move forward to an advantageous spot. Knocked off the wall, corner. Zapdos tries to move it up. Blocked by Unknown. 3 seconds left. And that is the first game won by AISD Phantom, making it 1-1, making this next game the tiebreaker of this game of this round against Bobcat 4 and AISD Phantom. It seems that Bobcats 4 has gotten quite comfortable with the idea of Wolfie kind of being the main character, but not in the sense that he's trying to do everything, but in the sense that he has a headspace about what is happening in the game, where it's going to happen, and where to lead it next. But Wolf holds it up. Zapdos continues to move forward. But Wolf moves forward and gets the first game. Failed block by B Yummies. That gives Bobcats for the first point of the game in 10 seconds of this round of this round against Bobcats 4 and AISD Phantom. Knocked over to the orange side by Zapdos. BMAs knocks it back over to the blue side. The Wolf tries to block, barely makes a difference. Official knocks it up the wall. Begins to set up for his teammates. Kills a member of Bobcats 4. Bumpy knocks it up over. Official Unknown moves it forward over to the side. B Yummies, a white. Yeah, okay, there you go. B Yummies makes that point against Bobcats 1-1 in this game. 4:25 on the clock. This is anyone's game against Bobcats 4 and AISD Phantom. They are both playing at their hardest right now because they know that this game will be determining whether or not they can move on to finals of this tournament. If they move on to finals, Bobcats 4, this will be the highest that they ever scored in this kind of tournament. Well, if AISD Phantom moves forward, then this will be the, I believe, like second time a tournament like this where they move forward into the finals and possibly may win against whoever will meet them in the last place in finals. But Wolf tries to make that play but gets blocked. Oni begins to lead forward, gets moved back by Bumpy Wolf. But Wolf stays to the ball like glue. Oni knocks it out of his control though. Official moves forward, blocked by Moltres. B Yummy moves around. Bumpy begins to try to follow, begins to stick to the ball. He's great at doing that. And Bumpy Wolf scores against AISD Phantom for the second point of Bobcats 4. Bumpy Wolf was able to get that excellent play against ISD Phantom because of the poor goalkeeping. It just wasn't far out enough in the goal to really matter if they did do defense. Because if you're too far in, then it doesn't matter if you do defense well because the ball will already be exploded in the goal before anything can happen. Bumpy holds it up, begins to follow the ball. Does this expert tactic of sticking to it like glue, seeing the unprotected area, but fails to make that play and move it into their goal. B Yummies moves it up, gets blocked by Bumpy Wolf as Bumpy Wolf takes control of it once more, loses control to the Official Unknown, nearly scores but moves outside of the goal. Official Unknown tries to move into the goal. It seems like he's trying to set up for one of his teammates to come in and try to do something, but AISD, Zapdos, and Moltres seem to be sticking to the ball like glue while Bumpy Wolf continues to play goalie for their goal. But Wolf tries to take control, but fails because of Oni. Zapdos moves forward, Moltres moves around, BMAs moves it back to the blue. ISD Moltres continues to try to push it over, but gets blocked again by Oni. But Wolf becomes glued to the ball, moves it over to the orange side, whiffed by Yummy, giving Bumpy that point for his team, Bobcats 4, 3-1 against AISD Phantom. 2 minutes and 2 seconds left on the tournament in the semifinals. ASD Moltres moves it into the orange area, followed by Bumpy Wolf. Bumpy Wolf gets the 4th point against AISD Phantom. 4th and 1. 1 minute and 58 seconds left of this game. Bumpy's moves it into the blue area and scores a 2nd point because of an undefended goal against Bobcats. He moves it past everyone, and because of that open area, no one's able to defend in time. 4-2 in favor of Bobcats for still. Oni moves it into the blue side. Moltres moves it back to the orange. Gets blocked by Oni. Continues to try to put pressure. Bubba Wolf comes up, gets ready to glue. Oni moves it into the blue area, out of range for Bumpy. Bumpy begins to follow. Bumpy follows, begins to follow the ball, gets knocked out of the way by B Yummies. ISD Moltres follows. Bubby Wolf comes from behind. Out of his control by Official Unknown. Blocks. Official Unknown takes the ball again. Begins to try to make the 2nd goal. And because of the inadequate blocking, B Yummies earns the 3rd point for AISD Phantom. 4-3, 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Can AISD Phantom continue to put up this pressure, or will Bobcats 4 continue or be next to get points and certify this round in their name? Oni holds up, tries to get control, gives control over to B Yummy. Bubby Wolf takes control. Bumpy takes control. ISD Moltres knocks it out of the control of ISD Phantom. Bubby Wolf pushes it forward. B Yummy knocks it out. Moltres holds it back. B Yummy comes in, moves away as Oni pushes it back to the blue side. He has great intuition whenever it comes to knowing what the next play is and knowing that he won't get there in time. This timing in his head is impeccable, knowing that he should probably move back and wait. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. One point in favor of Bobcat 4. Bumpy Wolf continues to move forward, and he almost scores. He gets blocked by B Yummy. Uneven gameplay. Come on. Can AISD Phantom get one more point before game ends? And that's game. Bobcats 4 wins this round against AISD Phantom, moving on to the next and the finals of this tournament. As we saw, Bumpy Wolf is incredible with being able to command his team properly and continues to make himself the MVP. And AISD Phantom is permanently knocked off of the bracket, not coming back as Bobcats moves on to the next area.
Well, you do have a chance to third place.
I am back to announce I have made a small mistake. It turns out we'll be having more games whenever before the finals. We're going to be doing a tiebreakers bracket whenever it comes.
That is happening off stream. It's off stream.
They're doing the tiebreakers off stream, but we will be doing the next match. This will be the final. This is the finale match?
Finale.
Oh, okay. This is the finals bracket. Okay, double mistake. Sorry, guys. Let me go ahead and fix this up. This is the finals of this tournament. The last match.
For this piece.
And this game will determine the champion of this tournament. I want to say thank you for every single team who has showed up today and has put their all into this tournament, fighting hard, giving everything that they've got to see if they can do something good today for each of their teams. Now, we're going to see something pretty interesting because NTO works it works amazingly as a team, has a very simple concept of setup and delivery. But we know that on Bobcats 4, we have Bumpy Wolf, who seems to have some sort of natural sense whenever it comes to the game, knowing where he needs to go next, and he is impressive with that. So he might be the thing that could be the absolute antithesis to this game, to this kind of teamwork dynamic of setup and delivery, because he knows where to go to end that setup and end that delivery before I can follow through. If Wolfie or if Bumpy Wolf can be fast enough to make that a reasonable beat. We're gonna get everyone logged in right now, and then we'll be doing Bobcats 4 and NTO as the final match of this tournament. I want to thank you. I want to thank everyone who came up today. I want to thank Taylor Telecom for going out of their way to sponsor this event, to help us get this far, to make anything like this possible for many of these teams who are from rural areas and don't have much time to play, don't have much possibilities to, show that they're worthy of this kind of attention, of this effort, and this money spending whenever it comes to games. But they have proved themselves here. They have proved themselves more than capable to go against insanely capable players in this region whenever it comes to I think it's Central Texas. So we will be waiting until NTO signs in, and then we'll be getting the Bobcats 4 and NTO matchup that we have been waiting for so long. I absolutely agree. This last match is going to be absolutely insane whenever it comes to figuring out who will win. And I mean, no matter what, everyone fought with their whole soul, with their whole heart here today in Atems, in this building, in this tournament that we've organized in Big Country Show Off. Thank you so much to everyone who has tuned in and watched this so far, this 7-hour and 30-minute stream, to see who is the #1 Rocket League champion out of all these fine, amazing players. As far as I care, every single person needs to go on and continue to figure that out. We're actually doing a tiebreaker for third place right now between, who is it? Between Phantom and who? Between Phantom and Brooksmith, we have a tiebreaker for third place because, the bracket was a little wonky. It will be get very close for sure, though. They are both very capable teams. We have everyone coming in now. This will be the game that determines the winner of Big Country Showdown. No matter what, thank you everyone for coming today. And let's see how this game goes against Bobcats for an NTO. Knocked over into the orange side by Bumpy. Lose control. Arrow gains control, moving it over. With the help of his team. Blocked by Bumpy. Bumpy continues to stick to the ball, but Arrow knocks it out of his way. Moltres knocks it back. KWR gains control once more, moving it forward. Bumpy preparing his next move, blocking it. Then moving forward over Arrow's head. Bumpy nearly hits, but blocked by KWR. KWR lines up, whiffs as Moltres moves forward, sets up. NF tries to block the setup. Everyone's trying to block the setup on NTO's team, and they manage to. Zapdos leading forward with Anfi. Arrow knocking it off of the rim. Anfi begins to move it over to the orange side, then begins to move it over to the blue side. AC Moltres is trying to put up some pressure against him. Bumpy knocking it out of the way. KWR following the ball, bouncing it off of the rim. Anfi begins to follow with KWR. Arrow tries to set up for his teammates. Bumpy Wolf tries to begin his blocking term, and he does manage to getting it out of the way, knocking Arrow all the way back to his own home space. KWR knocks it back over to the blue side. KWR continues to follow the ball with Zapdos. Arrow knocks it out of his control. Bumpy begins to get glued to the ball, knocked out of the way by KWR. Knocked over Zapdos' head by Anfi. Bumpy Wolf fails to hit Moltres. Arrow lines up, and Arrow scores the first point against Bobcats 4 in this round. With 3 minutes on the clock, first round going to NTO. Bumpy tried his hardest to make sure that wouldn't happen, but it didn't matter with the amazing follow-through. Bumpy follows, and Anfi scores again! Second point going to NTO on this round. 2 minutes and 54 seconds on the clock. And nothing for the Bearcats. Sad because Moltres tried his hardest to block, but he ended up accidentally hitting it into his own goal. And sometimes it be like that. Gets knocked over into the blue side by Anfi. Moltres fails to hit. Bumpy Wolf continues to move forward with the ball over to the orange side, gets glued to it. That's his specialty, staying glued to that ball, making sure he follows it to the end. Being the ultimate protector whenever it comes to the guidance of that ball. Bumpy holds it up over the team, knocks it out of the way, and Bobcats gets its first point. Bumpy Wolf just simply guiding it through over everyone's head, seeing that opening that was left there by NCO and taking advantage of it. As I said, that seems to be an advantage that Wolfie has. Because he's has amazing game knowledge in his head. He sees the entire game in his head, and he knows whenever things are going to be coming up, things are going to be happening, and he knows when to stop those kinds of things. But Wolf watches, KWR goes over, tries to lead, but Wolf holds it over Anfi's head. But Wolf continues to try to get control. Arrow, knocked out of his way by Arrow, though. Arrow continues to keep it out of Bumpy's hands, playing excellent defense. Anfi gains control of the ball. Moltres fails to get control. Anfi continues to push it over. Bumpy Wolf gains control of the ball, begins to follow it. Knocked out of the way by Arrow. But don't get it wrong. This is Bobcat 4's ball. Bumpy continues to follow it. Blocked by KWR. KWR knocks it off his head, out of the range of Zapdos. Arrow continues to push the ball forward. Bumpy pushes it out of Arrow's control. Envy tries to hit, KWR follows through. Arrow whiffs along with Bumpy. Envy continues to push the ball over to the blue side. Fails to get that push. 1 minute on the clock. Can Bobcats 4 make this play, make this push? Zapdos fails to block, giving the next point to NTO with under a minute remaining. This might be NCO's game, and this is what I'm saying. NCO has amazing gameplay whenever it comes to setup and follow through, working with each other, seeing what's going to happen. And then if Zapdos, I understand that Wolfie is good, but if no one else on Bobcats 4's team gets as good as Bumpy, then that's not going to matter whenever you have 3 other Wolfies playing against you. KWR knocks it up. A perfect setup. Arrow fails. Bumpy nearly hits, whiffs. 36 seconds remaining. Envy holds it up. Arrow whiffs. KWR gets blocked. Arrow continues to follow. 10 seconds remaining. Bumpy Wolf continues to try to follow. It's middle game. And that'll be game for NTO. NTO goes on to this next game against Bobcats with 1 point under their belt. If they win one more game, NTO will be marked champion of Big Country Showdown.
We forgot to change it. That's on us.
Yeah.
It seems like the third place might have been just determined. Maybe if they won. Best of 5, okay. For what?
We're gonna do best of 5
For tiebreaker?
for this match. Is best of 5. So let's change Barrel. Yep,
Okay, well I need to change that in the game then.
that's fine. That's fine for right now. We'll just.
Icy Mocho's leads. Envy continues to push. Arrow knocks it up. KWR whiffs. Bumpy Wolf controls the ball. Sticks to it like glue. Arrow gets out of his hand. Zapdos continuously moves it, but Bumpy knocks it up. KWR gets his control knocked out by Bumpy. Pretty neutral game in front of the blue ball net. Blocked by Bumpy. Envy holds it up in the air. Arrow tries to get control. Bumpy grabs the ball. Begins to lead it over to the orange side. Envy tries to get control but fails. Arrow knocks it up. Envy continues to move it forward. Bro holds it up. Envy gets that. Kirby moves forward. Bumpy Wolf moves up and continues to stay stick to the ball, but KWR foils his plans. Envy moves forward into the air, over to the orange section where Arrow gets it into the blue section. But Wolf gets it out of Arrow's hands. KWR scores 1 point in NCO's favor. First point of this game. 3 minutes and 21 seconds into this game. Both teams are putting up an impressive fight so far. Envy leads. Knocked out of his way by Bumpy. Envy continues to follow. Arrow knocks it. Bumpy continues to push. Gets glued to the ball. Arrow knocks it out of Bumpy's hands and explodes Bumpy. Envy leads. Kitty tries to follow through, hits off the bar. All three players, Envy pushes it in for that last one. Failed defense by Bobcats made that happen. Everyone trying to go for the same thing. Nobody able to get it out in time. Moltres pushing it a little bit in, giving NCO that second point. 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. Mid-game play. The Wolf begins to try to lead, but Envy knocks it out of his hands. Begins to push it against the wall. Arrow pushes it up, over. Pushes it over to Envy. Bumpy Wolf knocks it out of Arrow's hands. KBR pushes it up. Pretty even game on the corner. Moved over to the blue side. Bumpy catches the ball, moves it out of his corner, pushes it to orange, but gets blocked and pushed back by KDBR. Moltres watches from the back, preparing. But Wolf follows the ball, gets glued to it, gets blocked by KBWR. From any further movement, AST Moltres tries to follow. Bumpy Wolf comes in, becomes glued to the ball once more, moves forward towards the goal, gets blocked. Arrow moves it out of the way, moves it towards orange. Then Bumpy Wolf scores the first point for Bobcats for 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. 1-2. Bumpy Wolf pushes it over into the orange side. Follows the ball. Gets pushed up against Arrow. KBR pushes it up. Envy kicks control. Bumpy knocks it out of his hands. Gets rimmed on that hoop by Bumpy Wolf. Envy pushes the ball. Leads, follows, pushes it out of the way. Bumpy tries to knock it back. Perfect positioning. KBR blocks that hit. Arrow continues to move forward with it. The Wolf gains control of the ball once more. Moves it back, 1 minute remaining, pushes it in, tries to, but Envy blocks. It gets moved over back to that side. He tries desperately to keep it over on the orange side, but this isn't happening for him. Arrow continues to try to fight, keeps failing. Envy tries to block. Or tries to continue the push. 30 seconds remaining. 1-2. Envy tries to push. KWR continues to push for him. Zapdos moves it out of his way. Bumpy grabs control of the ball. Gets blocked. Limit the game. Just keep it out of Wolf's hands. Envy blocks. Holds it up, keeps it up in the air for the 4 seconds, gets blocked by Wolf. Bumpy gets blocked by KWR, stopping that point from getting earned and giving that final point of that game in favor to NTO 2-1 on that next game. Will we be needing one more match? Let's go ready real quick. We'll be playing for one more game. We're making this best of 5. So, NTO will need to earn one more win against Bobcat 4, and it will be good. Ooh, sorry. There you go. Sorry. All right, we're in 3v3. Push over to the blue side by everyone. Envy begins to follow the ball. Lead it over. Bumpy Wolf knocks it out of his hands. Begins to follow the ball. KWR follows. Arrow fails to knock it out of Bumpy Wolf's hands. ASC Moltres fails to whiffs the ball. Arrow follows. Envy pushes up. The Wolf pushes up. Zapdos tries and whips the ball. Bumpy moves around. Amphi watches, moves in, tries to do that threat up, but fails to hit it. But Kabiwar sees what he was trying to do and gets the first point for NCO. 4 minutes and 23 seconds into the game. You see this excellent reading of minds in NCO, kind of seeing what one member is trying to do and following through for another. Kabiwar pushes it over. Molo knocks it up. Arrow pushes it into the goal. Second point earned for NCO. 4 minutes and 10 seconds left on the match. Once again, what did I say? Excellent follow through with setups. With setups, sorry, not setups. Bumblewolf against the guided over to the orange side, gets blocked by Amphi. Zapdos watches the ball, tries to move around, get control. He gets blown up. Arrow moves it into the blue side. Bumblewolf guides it away from his net. Kabiwar knocks it up into the air, out of Amphi's hand, or out of Wolfie's hands. Moltres tries and fails to hit it as Arrow pushes it forward, almost hitting that net. Kabiwar scores the third point to NCO against Bobcats 3-0 in this finals match. Once again, Bumpy is a formidable force to work against, but if Bumpy can't seem to make everyone else work for him, it won't happen. Middle gameplay. Amphi begins to lead with Arrow. Bumpy knocks it out of Arrow's hands. Zapdos moves it back. Arrow almost hits. KWR scores fourth point against NCO. 3 minutes and 28 seconds left on the clock. Bumpy Wolf will have to make his team work together quite well if he wants to get 4 points to make this into overtime.
Now it's only like 5. It's still really choppy.
AC Moltres pushes it over to orange. Arrow pushes it back. Bumpy Wolf tries to follow. Begins to get ready to stick with the ball. Move it over, but Arrow blocks him. NF moves it, watches it. Bumpy Wolf holds it up. Begins to get it over to the orange side. Gets blocked by Arrow. Amphi begins to lead. Bumpy Wolf blocks. KWR pushes. Moltres moves over to the orange side. Pushes the ball over to the orange side. Amphi moves to block. To move it back over. Bumpy Wolf watches from the corner. I see Moltres fails to move. Bumpy Wolf blocks, but fails to block properly, giving the 5th point to NCO. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on this match. Arrow failed to get the proper angle on that. He's getting desperate. He's getting weary of what's happening. Gets moved over to the orange side. Zapdos moves it around on the orange side. KWR pushes it over. KWR scores again. 6th against NCO. Or 6th against Bobcats. 2 minutes 29 seconds left on the clock. Final game of this elimination round. If NCO keeps on this pressure, keeps on delivering amazing setups, amazing offense to Wolfie, Zapdos watches from the corner. KWR pushes out of Zapdos' hands. Wolfie grabs the ball, moves it over to the orange side. Arrow blocks. Moves it back. Moltres moves forward. Arrow watches. Zapdos follows. Bumpy Wolf leads back to the orange side, trying to set up for his teammates. KWR pushes that out of the way. Moltres ruins his setup, moves it back over to the blue side. Zapdos watches. NF tries to do something. Bumpy Wolf moves it out of the way. Arrow moves it back to where Bumpy Wolf is trying to keep it out of. All members are trying to play defense. Envy tries. KWR's blocks. Envy follows with the ball. Arrow moves in. Bumpy Wolf blocks. Bumpy Wolf is exploded. Moltres continues to move. Envy watches and moves the ball forward into the blue area. Envy scores 7th point against NCO. 1 minute and 16 seconds left on the clock. I think it's safe to say that NCO has had this round in the bag for quite a while. 2-0 on series points. KWR pushes. Envy watches, keeps it moving up into the air, tries to prepare for his friend. Bumpy Wolf fails to block, and Envy scores 8th point for NCO. Bumpy Wolf failed to have the right angle for his boost to even work against Envy, making it impossible for him to block, giving that point to NCO. Moved over to the middle. Bumpy Wolf blocks. 1 minute remaining. 8-0. Arrow moves forward. Bumpy Wolf moves the ball with him. ASD blocks. Bumpy Wolf bumps off the wall. Bunch of back and forth gameplay. Setup moves over by Bumpy Wolf. Arrow fails to move the ball away from Bumpy. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. 8-0. Off the wall, Bumpy bumps. Envy walks. Has control of the ball. Continues to move. Arrow moves forward. Bumpy Wolf blocks. Envy pushes. 10 seconds remaining. Can he get this last point? No, but that doesn't matter because he has 8 points in the bag. It doesn't matter. 1 second. And that's game. NCO wins this round, giving them the first place pick, making them the winners of this tournament. Good job to both teams for working so hard to continue to push against each other, make each other work hard for this pot. But NCO takes home the trophy for their school today. Good job on all teams that played today. Every team deserved what they got. Overall, amazing gameplay out of every single person who played, especially Wolfie, because he was carrying his team like he was LeBron James out there. But it didn't matter. NCO has won. Who won third? Who won the tiebreaker? Phantom. Phantom won third place. First place won by NCO. I had no clue who got second. Oh, wait, no. Second place was, you just saw, was Bobcat 4. NCO wins. Good job. Thank you, Taylor Telecom, for sponsoring this tournament, sponsoring jerseys, the food for this event, the advertising for this event, getting the schools to here, and notifying each team, each person of this area. Good job, everyone who worked hard today. This has been AISD Esports with you. Thank you for everyone who watched today. That is game. That is end of stream. Thank you. And one goes to state, I believe. Yes. Thank you, and